President, I have quorum. Start of done in our English. Dr. Baraza, you can now take over. There is enough people here. My work was simply to ensure that you are here, and now you are here. Thank you. Na makofi ya kilo. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Justice, DCJs, judges of the Supreme Court, of the Superior Courts from across the region, honorable magistrates and to race. And it's AJS within our within our respective institutions. I just wanted to point out that we must remember that we're talking about the interaction between AJS and the formal justice system. We're not coming up with AJS. AJS has been there and is there. So we must be very careful on how we frame this interaction between the formal system and these AJS mechanisms to make sure that we don't neo-colonize or recolonize them. It must be a relationship of mutual transformation towards deepening access to justice and by extension, social transformation. So without saying much more, I want to invite, let me introduce the next session. As I said, it's session 7. It is it's named from innovation to ownership, embedding multi-door justice in institutional culture. And for this, we'll move straight to our first session, which is brainstorming on how to embed multi-door justice in the institutional culture and recommendations that will flow therefrom. Join me, please, in introducing our distinguished moderator and panelists. The moderator for this session is Honorable Butanzi Matovelo. He's a magistrate from Tanzania. Please, let's give him a hand. He will be joined by the following panelists. There is Honorable Kifungu Mrisho, the Deputy Registrar, Judiciary of Tanzania. Honorable Mrisho. He will also be joined by Honorable Mr. Justice Harrison Mutabazi, a judge of the High Court of Rwanda. Yes, karibu. And the final panelist is Honorable Mr. Wilson Rading Outa. He's a magistrate here in the Republic of Kenya. Please, let's give them a hand. And then let me hand it over to you, moderator, please. Thank you.
incidentally address this assembly. I hope everyone had a lovely night yesterday, and we are here, we are energetic. The liquid has gone in and come out, yes? I'm looking forward to having a participatory session. I take this honor to welcome you all to this conclusion session number 7. To some of us is a number of completion. To some of us, number 7 is a number of completion. Let us finish with a bang as we started. I want to keep it short and sweet. I don't want to take most of your time. We have the AGM following soon after this, and my SG, the Honorable SG, will be briefing on the question of time. So we'll have 10 minutes for the presenters, and then thereafter for the panelists. And thereafter we will have Q&A. I will also have my own questions. So for today, we have sat, listened, and deliberated on different topics. Different topics such as the theme of the second annual conference, that is justice beyond wicked water, unlocking multiple pathways for people in search of justice in East Africa. Now, as this conference goes on the road, ours is to drive a discussion on how we have multiple justice in institutional culture and offer recommendations on the way forward. To help you understand our organization's president from Mortar, also and all of these people carry institutional memory that allows priority to support these overall media. He is one of our key. He is a deputy registrar. He is the director of Mortar services in the institution in Tanzania. He has been the administration managing the team of administrators since 2018. So we have 7 years of institutional study of the reform that the administrator of Tanzania has gone through. Now, we have had the president that came before Mortar Tanzania in the food reforms that we had multiple services. One is the reform of CPS, and that is the second question. And what would be the recommendation? One of the proposals.
our judiciaries and our judiciaries are supposed to format those initiatives that the organization initiates and justice happen, or conflict resolution ending. Moving beyond traditional definition of merely the court of law. This shifts the position in the judiciary space, providing a format resolution. That's what we are on issues of representation. We must actively challenge of natural justice approach. And this requires leaders to lead by example, by promoting alternative solutions, options, and ensuring justice is accountable to this new value. Another thing you're supposed to do is you have to change your mindset. You have to make sure that we are not in culture. You know, your culture. You have a culture. You have a culture. Maybe it's a minute or also now. Just to give you an example, there are historical challenges from perception to show officers and representatives. And the human people and the human are united for in Russia. And the human being, humanity, that you can live in, but is not well. And I think excellence, president of India, used to say, lawyers, they don't want to, as we want to tell you to find everything. So we just see ourselves as doing work. And why emphasizing integrity? That's the reason for some education. The system is not untouchable. Every person is corruption with the community. This is a big component in Africa. We are supposed to interact, we are supposed to make sure that we at least look in progress and see what are supposed to incorporate or change for us to be like community.
Just make sure that the matdo justice system is implemented. In Tanzania, we are doing as well. Yesterday, Honorable Masawe, the president, talked about the historical background of the land disputes in Tanzania. But in 2021, what happened in our country? All land matters are supposed to start from the word tribunal. And in the word tribunal, it is just a reconciliation over there. Once you fail to reconcile or you fail to mediate, it is where you're supposed to go to the District Land and Housing Tribunal. And the Land Disputes Act was changed so that to make sure that the issue of alternative dispute resolution can just be done. And this is one of the issues which can support the matdo justice. But we as well try to make sure that in primal court, where there are so many cases in there, because we have almost 70% of cases which are going in the primal court. So in the primal court, what we did, as it was said previously, in 2012, all magistrates are supposed to be LLB holders in there. And then in 2021, what happened? Before, advocates were not supposed to appear before district court, before primary courts. But this time, they can appear, and we introduced the magistrates' courts appearance of advocates and public prosecutors in primary courts rules, so that advocates can just meet with the parties, and they can even try to mediate or negotiate and try to let them know what is the importance of negotiation and what is bad at the time they want to go for case and the issue of time and economic issues. So it is better for us to make sure that we at least in those courts nearby the community, to make sure that those courts can just function well and can just be adopting the match-door system, which we are talking about.
As you wind up your
There's
worship.
an issue.
As you wind up your worship.
Yes.
As you wind up.
Okay. So there is an issue. 2 minutes. Sorry. There is an issue as well on the issue of screening. We have this time we have the electronic filing rules in Tanzania and maybe in other jurisdictions. So we are supposed to have like a screening machinery to screen cases which are supposed to go for the alternative dispute resolution. And in conclusion, by concluding, we are supposed as well to deal with our human resourcing to magistrates and judges. And by recommending, we must make sure that we track people-centered outcomes. For example, if we just put KPIs to magistrates, and then those who are performing on issues of alternative dispute resolution are supposed to be recognized, and this is going to be one of the implementation to your judiciary in Tanzania. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Worship. A round of applause to His Worship. So from Tanzania, we have heard that leadership is something we should really be keen on as we embed MDJ in our judiciaries, but also a change of mindset, and then law reform and formalization of the MDJ, legal representation, capacity building, and rewarding those who have outstanding efforts in making MDJ a reality. Now I move to Kenya. And to Kenya, Honorable Uta, I have 2 questions. In our discussions through the day, through the 2 days, we have spoken about MDJ, yes. We have spoken about small claims. It has been ably presented by your fellow citizens fellow judicial officers from Kenya. Now, to you, I ask, what do you think is the future of small claim courts in Kenya? Do they have a future? Can they still rise to the expectations that they were made to do? And the second question is multi-door sustainable in Kenya? The judiciaries around the block are bastions of justice. Is multi-door sustainable in Kenya and elsewhere? Honorable Uta, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll start by adopting the protocols which have already been set in this meeting. Thank you. I'll go straight to my presentation. My presentation has been shared with the Secretariat, and I know that it will be sent to each person seated here. For us, it's important to know from where the journey started. If you look at it, the issue of decongestion of courts is always there. I can tell you in 2010 when Chief Justice Muchunga became the Chief Justice of this Republic, he came up with the Judiciary Transformation Framework. Under it, access to justice was very key. I remember the first day Professor Ngugi J.A. was here. He shared his views. He gave us the story of Mzee Shinka, the one who had been able to specialize and know the inefficiencies and the inadequacies of the court, and he took advantage of it. Be that as it may, after the judicially transformation framework, we entered into a journey of sustaining judiciary transformation. Again, access to justice was a key indicator. Now, the third place where we are is the stage. And in stage again, access to justice, similarly, is a key indicator. But be that as it may, if you look at Article 159 of the Constitution of Kenya, is very clear on the issue of promoting alternative dispute resolution. Yeah? That is just a snapshot of how the court was able to deal with that issue. A snapshot of the way AJS was introduced, then the small claims introduced, then the big thing here is restorative justice. It's important to know the future, digital, inclusive. Eh? So it means that technology, integration, collaboration, sustainability are all key factors that we need to look at. I'm here to again reflect on justice being short-sighted, as we know it. The way, if we remember, the time when Prof was here, he spoke about demi-prudence, you know, and the way of importance of the way that justice is being administered in a language that we don't understand. Justice can be short-sighted, especially when we are able to look at the number of cases that have been decided vis-a-vis the disputes that have been resolved. Justice can be short-sighted if you look at the verdict itself. And I can tell you for free, there's a number of instances that if a court has given a verdict, that verdict is not even appreciated by the parties. Justice can be short-sighted if we are to center on compliance, yes? Because it's not only compliance that is an indicator. How then are we able to remedy this? The solution lies in multi-door justice, which is people-centered justice. Multiple justice is able to challenge and offer the new pathway, the pathway that heals, includes, and transforms. I remember a good friend from Uganda, our worship, Rosie was here. She gave us a story of the way she spoke to the mother and asked her if there's a dispute with the husband, the way they used to solve all those things. But you see, to me, the importance is that that is exactly what is needed here. Indigenous knowledge. If you look at that court-annexed mediation, the small claims, alternative justice systems, they speak to only three things. Justice that is faster, fairer, accessible to all, everywhere, of importance. Citizens are able to trust the systems because they experience fairness. Then I ponder and ask this question as I reflect on what the moderator has asked. The future of multi-door justice is not in buildings or systems. As we all know, majority of the courts where we are based in the upcountry areas are dilapidated. So if we are talking about the brick and mortar, we're talking about the brick and mortar that already is dilapidated. But the solution here is that collective mindset to resolve, reconcile, and rebuild. I ask myself, how then will all this be achieved? I know that I only have 10 minutes I just have 10 minutes to do this. But how it will be achieved is by capacity building and skill development to make sure that a large constituency of our citizenry have access to the training that is required. I pose a question. The time that we had our colleague here from the, actually, Judge Kendagor was a pioneer in this issue for court and ex mediation. She said that for you to be a mediator, there's a process, yeah, for you to be accredited. But then I ponder and ask myself, in future, will it be the mandate of the judiciary to be concerned with the training of the mediators? Because if you give it a bigger picture, that can also end up to stifle the multi-door justice system. But as it is now, that's the way it works. Communication and awareness. Majority of the courts have the open days. Yes, the dialogue days for the interest of our colleagues from the East African countries. Each day is set, okay. There is always a special date set by the Chief Justice where the courts go to the communities, yeah, to showcase the kind of work that we're doing. A good indicator on how we can use those, the situation to try and embed multi-door justice. Again, incentives and accountability. What happens if there's a dispute and the dispute is solved through AJS? Yeah? Clearly, there has to be some reward because that is what will encourage the parties. Again, I ask myself, after sitting in this conference for the 4 days, what are the recommendations that we can carry forward? To me, I can see the development of a national multi-door justice implementation guideline. We were told that there is a bill in Parliament, that is the Dispute Resolution Bill. And again, the ADR policy is currently being debated. At least we were told, I think, at the executive. That's a good indicator because it's only when some of these things are found in statute that the gains can be actualized. Yes. Then I already talked about the advocacy that is required, embedding traditional justice system. Very importantly, because we need to ask ourselves, long time, the elders used to solve these kind of disputes. Then, is there anything that has changed? I've seen the experience of Tanzania where they said that they had the disputes. I remember the time I started practice. We had those in this country. But if I'm not wrong, I believe that statute was repealed. Yeah? But what it really did, it took away the mandate of the village elders to preside over cases. What then are the expected outcome in all this? Enhanced access to justice and faster resolution of disputes, reduced litigation costs, and improving institutionalized efficiency. Of importance when you're talking to justice. Trust between the institutions and the citizens. Again, being able to promote the Kenyan culture of dialogue, integrity, and peaceful coexistence. So we remember when the Chief Justice Mortar was here.
As you wind up, Your Worship.
Yes, just winding up. When the Chief Justice was here, she spoke about the disputes arising from the presidential elections. Even after they give a verdict, there's actually much more that happens. For the interest of our colleagues from the East African community countries, you had a system of cooperation. After cooperation, we had the Nusumkate. After the Nusumkate, the handshake. And now we are in the era of the broad-based government. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
A round of applause to Honorable Wilson Randing Outa. Thank you for the answers to my 2 questions. And the recommendations, I think they've been projected, but to recap, development of multi-door justice implementation guideline, mainstreaming multi-door justice, cross-sector collaboration, digitizing ADR, and embedding AJS. I thank you for that presentation. Now I turn to Honorable Mutabazi from Rwanda. He is the Inspector of Courts, the judicial spokesperson, and for the purpose of this discussion, the point person of the advisory committee that oversees the implementation of mediation. He gave a very good paper on court-annexed mediation. And to him, I want to pose a few questions. The first one, in the discussion of on court-annexed mediation, we have heard of jurisdictions which use judicial officers in the mediation process, others using private practitioners, and others which use both. In the spirit of multi-door justice, which would be the best way, or rather, the more appropriate way to facilitate court-annexed mediation? Honorable Harrison, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and I will stand on the protocols that have been laid, lords and ladies. And definitely I'll dive into the question that you asked me about the most appropriate methods that could be taken by jurisdictions on sustaining, especially court-annexed mediation. Well, I'll speak from my experience, definitely from the jurisdiction that I come from, Rwanda, and definitely I'll begin by laying basis that probably it prompts us from what we are. Predominantly, Rwanda was a civil law country, but many years now passed, we've transitioned and now coming to adopting some common law. So we're no longer purely civil law and we're no longer purely common law. Now you understand where I'm going. Now we're a hybrid system. And I'm wanting to answer the question that asked me that some jurisdictions depend on solely private mediators and others, and that is us, we depend on both. That is judicial officers being mediators and then private practitioners or private mediators also coming into those. So we merge both and we are called a hybrid. So we've seen the beauty of hybrid in our system where we started that and we're borrowing both. And so we thought this also could be working in the system we're doing. So I want to give it that way. Probably we can argue around, we'll hear from the plenary and they will tell us what they think about it. But for us, it has worked that way. We've merged the two, having judicial officers do mediation and also having private practitioners doing the mediation, and it's worked for us. The numbers that I presented the other time, I told you 80% of those cases have been resolved by judicial officers. That is judges, magistrates, and registrars and other judicial officers in that sense. But we also have like the 20% that is also resolved by private mediators in that sense. Reasons being that, and I'll begin by the queries that were put up before last time. Reasons being that when we are starting, we didn't have a budget that will be paying the private mediators. Just imagine. And now, just imagine how you would say you're going to send a litigant to a private mediator and tell them, pay for yourself. Actually, we started that with that and told them, we have private mediators, we have a role of them, and you can go and, but they say, if even they ask a penny, even if it's 50,000 Rwandan francs to pay in that way, there is not even a quarter of what is given to a lawyer. I will not pay that. So, because judicial officers will not ask for a fee, they do this pro bono, that is what I will say, because it's under their scheme, it has worked. And the other is the trust that they have from the judicial officer. They say if a judicial officer is taking you through mediation, and is that person definitely who's in that system, definitely, they have that trust. So, for us, mixing both judicial officers and also having private practitioners, it has worked for us. And we would think probably by and by when we've transitioned and we laid ground and we're having private mediators who are enough, who are well trained, who are ethical, who can give them, then probably that's when we can now say we can only do referrals in that way. But to this extent, where we are, and I would think even other jurisdictions that feel they're still in that phase of transitioning, I would recommend that having both, having private mediators on board, but also having judicial officers do the same will be something that will work definitely to enhance quarter-next mediation and all processes that we have in that sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your answer, Honorable Mutabazi. So, in your words, if I sum them up, hybrid model, the best of both worlds, yes? So, before I go to my other panelists, one more question. One reason why quarter-next mediation fails, at least in my jurisdiction, is the parties' unwillingness to settle. The mediator cannot force a settlement, cannot impose a settlement on them. How can the issue of the parties' unwillingness be addressed? How do you address it in Rwanda? What can we copy?
Well, thank you very much. And I think, that is also something that resonates with the process we're using. Sometimes reasons why parties can't settle or why mediation fails in Atmos is the way the mediation is being conducted. First of all, the skills a mediator has. And we've been seeing this when we're starting the inception, because most of our judicial officers were not well trained. Because those that have trained in mediation definitely know that this is a process. First of all, from convening, from all the other stages, from the caucuses, from all this that is supposed to be done, sometimes you find the mediator themselves have issues in that way. Even the way you're handling the dispute, definitely some of the parties will say, no, you're not a mediator. You have taken parts. You've taken sides, by the way. So there's a lot of that is in that way. So the first thing that we worked on is training. And we were indebted that we had partners that partnered with us and brought in skills and trained. They trained private mediators, they trained judicial officers, so that even the basic that you first start with, the convening, is in that way. Then the spaces that you're supposed to be having in, because as I was saying, when we have judicial officers, the mediators that still came into mediation wearing a hat of a judicial officer, and they want to order, they want to kind of rule and all this, and you'll see that is also something they'll take off the mediation in that way. So that is also something that can do. So there are a lot that will definitely bring in making mediation fail in that way. But the first one is having the mediator have skills, and then the success stories that are supposed to be also. I didn't get time to tell you how we're now trying to do this. We give up the stories that is, especially the parties, it's private, I know it's confidential, but there are parties that have said we are willing to use our story to give others an insight. So it is mediatized, it's in the papers, it's in the tabloids, it's on the radio, it's on TV and all that. And if these people will say, well, this thing can work, why can't I try this? Why can I definitely want to go into litigation which will take like 5 to 6 years and all this, when I have a case similar to mine that has settled in a month or 3 days? So these things that are a little trivial sometimes that we will think it's not necessary to do, but when people understand and think this is something that is very much similar to giving me justice like litigation, they will pick it up in that way. So we try to emphasize and tell them mediation or quarter-next mediation or any other form of alternative dispute resolution is equally similar to justice as you're given from litigation that way. And that is why we emphasize that even the name alternative should definitely be phasing out, by the way, from our mouth. It's supposed to be appropriate. So in that way, people will begin getting confidence and say, I'm going to a real mechanism that is gazetted by law, that is supported, that is justice like any other justice in that similar. So that is, I've given a lengthy answer, but that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, as I go to, before we wind up, I have a few questions to put to my other panelists. So, one complaint I've heard about court-annexed mediation, it has been repeated, I've heard it so many times, is that court-annexed mediation is used as a tactic for delay, a delay tactic. You go there, the mediation takes long. I heard in Uganda it's 60 days, and in Tanzania it's 30 days, and then it can be extended. I've gone through some record of files back in my home country, and you find mediation, the 30 days were extended by another 40. How do we, and I want to put this to Honorable Wilson, what would be the best way of handling those people who use court-annexed mediation as a delay tactic, as a way to park their cases as they wait for something else, to just clog the wheels of justice? Honorable Wilson.
Thank you very much for your question. It's true that just the way I said, there are people that have been able to know the shortcomings of the system, and then they're able to import that. But be that as it may, if we're able to lose track, then that means that the challenges that the formal system is having is simply the same challenges that will be transferred to the court-annexed mediation. In my opinion, adherence to the strict timelines is very important. And even if there is an extension, to my mind, I think to extend it just for a period of 28 to 30 days is appropriate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. To Honorable Kim, you have spoken about, and this has been a common theme to all the panelists, about the issue of capacity building and training. Now, all of us are lawyers, have taken a law degree, and we've gone to school for 3 or 4 years. This training we're talking about, is it on-job training? Is it from day one as a person engages in the bachelor degrees of law? How do we go about the training and the capacity building? What would be the best strategies? Start from primary school and then, or the bachelor degree level, or simply on-job trainings so that we embed AJS better in our judiciaries?
For me, I think we can just be employed once we have our LLB, and then we start working in the judiciary, or we start working as lawyers. I think we are supposed to look on our syllabuses in the university and see if these syllabuses can just assist. Because we introduce laws and then just direct come inside the work there and start practicing inside there instead of knowing that such a thing before. For example, in our jurisdiction, we have the Law School of Tanzania. That law school, you start having your LLB, and then you go law school for practice. So that practice we are doing in the law school, we are supposed to make sure that those laws and rules, which are we are just using in our courts, are supposed to be managed practically there from the grassroots, instead of coming at workplace and start training in there. And another thing is, once we come in our workplace premises now, in there, we can just train those people who are supposed to do a certain task. And not like you train a person today to maybe to practice mediation, and then such a person maybe can just go somewhere else to do something else. So we're supposed to start from the grassroots. Here in our workplace, we pick and choose. In my presentation, I said we're supposed to recognize people who can just assist us. So once we recognize them, we train them. You talked about, let me give an example. If you talk about availability of court decisions, you see who are interested. And I talked about leadership. You pick and choose, and then train those people who can just manage to do such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Members of the floor, you have heard my panelists. You have heard their answers. You have heard their presentations. Now, to you, I put the question. Who has any question to any of the panelists? Any reaction, any comment, any advice for us all? I see a couple of hands. May I get assistance with the microphones? Madam Justice, please continue.
Thank you. My name is Jemima Kelly. I serve as a judge in the Employment and
Madam
Labor
Justice,
Relations Court.
Can you repeat, please?
Yes. My name is Jemima Kelly. I serve as a judge in the Employment and Labor Relations Court. I have just 2 reactions on the issue of accredited and ensuring mediators are trained. For the court in Kenya, we have the court annexed mediators who are accredited on condition they do 40 hours training. And I do agree with the Rwandan position that the training of mediators is important in the court annexed mediation, and it is up to the court in a court annexed mediation to ensure we have qualified mediators because they are coming to do our work. We are entrusting them with cases which are already filed in court. So we should ensure that these people we entrust with our work are trained. That is what I would emphasize on for mediation to be accepted. And let us remember, majority of the cases are with parties who are represented by advocates, and they will not be comfortable having just any stranger walking into the court and taking over their cases. I think for mediation to be successful, when it is court annexed, it should be handled by persons who we believe have the capacity to do those mediations. I also agree that we need to be careful with the timelines, and I'm just speaking the presentation from Kenya, so that we don't extend the problems we had with our traditional litigation to those multi-door processes. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all their presentations.
Thank you. Lord Justice, next. There was another hand. Lord Justice, before Honorable Lady Justice Kazwara, there was a hand, yeah. There was to your, yes, thank you.
Thank you a lot. Just what I want to ask any of the panelists can answer is about all the good things that we usually present during our Eamja conference, and which also people usually ask about how we us as the association manage to evaluate or measure how we manage to put into consideration or into practice what we say into these conferences about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Lady Justice Mukwaya.
Yes, thank you so much for those presentations. I caught the last comment on how do we ensure that mediation is entrenched in our systems. I spoke to a second-year law student, and I tried to share the future of the judiciary with her, a place where we move from, in Uganda, 8% mediation success rate to 70% minimum. Because those are the aspirations of our people, that their matters would be determined quickly, efficiently, and on their terms. She laughed at me, the young lady, and said, "You had better get us before we enter law school. Because once we are in there, we are really taught how to chase conflict. We must chase it, find it, and get paid for it. So you need to get us before we enter law school." Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Two more comments from Lady Justice Kamau. Yes, at the front, please, the microphone. At the front. Lady Justice Kamau, then, okay, either way, Lady Justice Kamau, please.
All right, thank you very much to all the presenters. I think a fantastic discourse. Now, for me, the concern is on the way we treat mediators. Because if, again, we're also not paying them and remunerating them, we expect them to do the work for the judiciary, like especially in our jurisdiction. I think there's been a bit of a complaint about the fees being paid. So if it's not paid, then you tend to have the corruption coming in, or people now asking for money for transport, because some of these people are relying on it as a means of survival. The second thing is that I think even as judicial officers, we really protect our staff and say, because I remember one time when I was trying to train newly inducted judges at the point, and they said, "But why are we taking these matters for mediation? What are we going to do ourselves?" So they tend to see it as their dispute. So at what point are you releasing this matter for mediation? So I think I'd like to hear some comments on maybe like Rwanda, Honorable Mutabazi, how do you pay your mediators? And any other person, even Tanzania or even Kenya, Mr. Rading, because I think it's a bit of a problem for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Justice. And then we have Her Worship Zulaika.
Thank you very much, Moderator. At the beginning, you asked Mrs. Justice Mutabazi how they have judicial officers trained as mediators. It is the same case in Uganda. Mediation began in Uganda around 2013. The program was faring so well, and then at a certain point in time, the curve went so down. We did research to find out why we were not doing so well as it was in the beginning. We realized that us as judicial officers did not have a judicial officer mediator mindset. And you cannot give what you don't have. Many judicial officers were at the courts and had even failed to allocate files to mediators. In other situations where files were allocated, judicial officers would not follow up to know what is happening with the mediation. So we have now embarked on training us as judicial officers so that we can understand, even when mediators have come on board to support us, we know exactly what they are doing, but also we know what to expect from them. And finally, it doesn't mean that we are going to abrogate our role as judicial officers, because our core mandate is adjudication. But also when you're doing adjudication, you can still do facilitative mediation that can support the parties to understand that the matter that is before court cannot only be dealt with through litigation, but you can do it through mediation. So it is a reason why in Uganda, we now have judicial officers trained and accredited as mediators. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no hands, and then I give it to my panelists for their reactions. Who should I start with? You start? Honorable Kim, any reactions from the comments? There was essentially only one or two questions. It was the issue of payment from Honorable Justice Kamau. Yes, the issue of payment, and yeah, that was my records show me that is the only question, unless I've not taken note.
I wanted to respond.
Yes.
I wanted to respond on issues of tracking what we get from here. in these conferences. For example, the presentations and the education we get here. I wanted to respond that because each jurisdiction has a secretariat and leadership, what we're supposed to do is maybe to come up with a report, and in that report, we just insert what has been said here, so that the judicial administration in our jurisdiction can just take over through their training department. And for example, in our jurisdiction, once we get a report from the conference like this, the training department can just take over, and you can just see the Institute of Judicial Administration in Tanzania. People are going there, judicial officers, to be trained in there. So I just wanted to respond on that. Thank you.
Honorable Wilson, any reactions?
Yes, I'd like to react to that issue of the protection, I think it was the protection of the turf. To my mind, I take the view that if you look at Article 159 2C of the Constitution 2010, is very clear that we should encourage other ways of solving disputes, and I like the presentation by Mutabazi. Judge has said that in Rwanda, that is appropriate dispute resolution. But also, it's important I mentioned the issue of the fees. Yeah, it's true that if we are not able to pay the mediators, then there is no incentive for them. I think it's high time that the budgets are put in place, the budgets that can be able to support court-annexed mediation, just like a standard budget. Because if we have the situation that we are on, then I regret to say that we might be on the downhill. And the issue of time, I can also say the sanctions can be provided by the court if somebody is trying to stonewall the process of mediation. Thank you so much, Moderator.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson. Now, finally, to Honorable Mutabazi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I also hint on what the interveners from the audience have said, and I will start definitely by my sister, Justice Olive, has talked about law schools. And by the way, we've seen this is very important, and that's why in Rwanda, we've started with all faculties. And it's been very, we are lucky that law faculties, most of them are trained in mediation, so they've interested their students to start ADR clubs. This month, on the 19th, our Coranex Mediation Advisory Committee will be visiting the University of Rwanda to talk to the ADR clubs and all the Faculty of Law students about Coranex mediation and others. So we think, as she said, we can't get it when we don't start from the grassroots. If we don't, we will be losing it. We'll have lawyers who are litigious, who are trained in that sense, and when they come, ADR will not be in that way. So that is what we're supposed to be doing. And then my brothers talked about budget. That is why we're making this recommendation that ADR should be embedded in the structures of the system. The budget should be there. The structures that are now being built, as I told you now, in Rwanda, we've now put it a policy that when you're building a new courthouse, please put it to a thought that you have ADR facilities on the courthouse, not like the old style where we only have courtrooms and all this in that way. Then that way, when we have a budget, we work through it. And then lastly, the training of judicial officers and even lawyers, by the way. Two people, judicial officers and lawyers. There's a jurisdiction, they told me last year that when mediation was being started, the judges rebelled and said, we don't want it here. It's going to take our powers away from here. We hate it. But when they're trained gradually, they begin embracing and say, oh, this is something that is really helpful to us and to the lawyers. When the lawyers are trained and they understand, by the way, the success rate of a mediation in our courts is because of the trained lawyers that have gone through the mediation. They help us a lot. And that is why last time I told you on our Coranex Mediation Advisory Committee, we have brought on board the president of the Bar Association, who is part of them. And we every time talks about, actually has brought in the CLA, even mediation and ADR to be trained And in that way, they get their PDUs in that way. So when we do this, definitely we can go for. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. A round of applause to my panelists. We have had a lovely session, which concludes our sessions for the conference. But let us go away with this. We need to train, train, and train. Get them young, samaki mkunje, angali mbichi. Let's not start training when we are 50, at the earliest stage possible. And then we need the budget and the changed mindset. Our leaders are here. I know they've heard us, and we will work upon it. I thank you all for your kind attention. And then my panelists will stand, and then we'll have a photo, even if you don't like us to have a photo. And then we'll walk out of here. Where's the cameraman? Abdul. Abdul is nowhere to be found.
Cameraman has been summoned. Please come and take a photo of this panel. As they come, please, a round of applause for this lovely panel. We got some great ideas, some great ideas from them. The idea here was to look up at embedding, what are the practices in embedding innovations. This AJS as an innovation, moving it from merely an innovation into an institutionalized practice within our judiciaries. Just to add to that, thank you very, very much. Moderator, thank you, panelists. With your permission, CJs, DCJs, Eamja, Council, and delegates, to add to what this panel has just discussed, allow me to bring to your attention some of the deliberations that were held in the pre-conference activity that the Chief Justices, their representatives, the President of the East African Court of Justice, as well as the President of Eamja, had a session just before the conference to debate on a lot of the aspects that we've spoken on now. And some of the takeaways from that are, if I can just read them out to you, and maybe we can take a quick round of comments on those if there are any at all. Some of the resolutions, these are draft resolutions that are still being looked at by the members. The first one was the resolve to strengthen people-centered justice across the region by grounding alternative justice systems, mediation, and specialized courts in evidence-based, data-driven processes, cognizant of user needs, and prioritizing accessible service delivery. Number 2 was to institutionalize AJS, ADR, and specialized courts through legislative reform, structured court community linkages, enhanced training, and promoting shared regional benchmarks and practices. Number 3, in collaboration with Eamja, establish a regional judicial exchange and benchmarking program, enabling judges, magistrates, registrars, and court administrators to learn from one another about people-centered justice through structured visits, peer exchanges, and comparative assessments. Number 4 was to urge the judiciaries of Burundi, Somalia, and South Sudan to establish domestic magistrates and judges associations to strengthen the institutional voice on people-centered justice, peer support, and regional representation. Number 5, address systemic challenges by pursuing legislative coherence, community engagement, adequate judicial financing, and sustainable capacity building. Number 6, build regional communities of practice connecting judges, judicial officers, registrars, mediators, AJS and ADR practitioners, and specialized court leaders for ongoing collaboration. Number 7, prioritize targeted technical assistance, mentorship exchanges, and trainings to support development of AJS and ADR practices and the establishment of specialized courts across the region. Number 8, to conduct a uniform East African Justice Needs and Satisfaction Survey across all member states using a common methodology to understand the people's legal problems, the barriers to accessing justice, and perceptions of fairness. And finally, number 9, to identify focal persons within each judiciary to coordinate follow-up, cross-border cooperation, and sustain dialogue on AJS, ADR, and specialized courts. So I think some of those proposals by the the East African Chief Justices, I think speak to a lot of that follow-up. How do we sustain this, that Justice Byakotunda from Rwanda raised? So I think some of those resolutions, I'm sure they'll be shared more formally with the association, but that was the thinking around it. That brings this session to an end. I just wanted to ask, there's an image that I want to be displayed here. Perhaps I can ask SG to speak to it very briefly, or a representative from Eamja. It is on the safari, which is going to be held tomorrow. Can we have the image put up, please? This was on the threat that we made with the Chief Justice about later on this afternoon, but there's another image. You don't have it? So as we wait for that to be brought up, please allow me to invite Justice Magare to give us a closing word. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Asante. So nimeshikwa ile kushikika. Thanks for the Daktari. Thanks for the presenters. I have a small announcement before I say the last word, and then we move to the next session. Tomorrow we'll be having an excursion. And I need you today, please just ensure that you don't make a lot of profit for EABL, that you'll be good enough for the excursion. And the excursion requires that you be in a very, very comfortable sports shoes. And also you carry your swimming costume. Even if you don't know how to swim, we are not going to swim. We are going to a place where you return yourself to nature, meaning that there will be a hot spring and hot spa, and a natural one and a controlled one, in a way that when you leave here, every stress that you have had in every judgment you have delivered will be taken away and be left there. So if you have stress, or if you don't know whether you have, you will discover tomorrow. However old you are, however young you are, we wish that you come and do the excursion with us. There was a link for registration. If you have not registered, you may have registered earlier, but some changed their minds. So what you do, that link which has been shared, kindly indicate your name and your phone number so that we are sure who is going, and then we assign you the buses or the vehicles for going. It was closed at some stage. Yes, the beauty of being an SG, you must be informed at all times. In Parliament, they call it point of information. You've seen the beautiful program there. Those who have challenges, like I have what we call in Kenya Mulika Mwizi, so it doesn't register nicely. There is someone outside here who will help you to do the registration for the excursion. The program is indicated there. We beseech you that we have set everything in motion. Don't bother yourself with many things, including lunch. Just bring yourself. When I say that, I really need to see some claps. Bring yourself. Now, we will be converged here at 6 a.m. If you come at 6:31, you will find we have left. In Kenya, we have something we say African time. We'll be using East African time. meaning then that at exactly 6, you will be brought here, be ready. If you have any challenges, and those with persons with disabilities, you also indicate that to Honorable Yatol, who will be out here with the ICT, so that we give you the best. So finally, as we wind up the conference, I thank each of you. One of the most delighting things is the presence today of the CJ of Burundi and the delegation from Somalia. And the CJ of South Sudan, I met him some time back. He was in a different capacity. My Lord, congratulations and welcome again. He has assured me that in the next few months, processes will be done and there will be many. And I hope you enjoyed the conference. And if you enjoyed the conference, you will be told by the president at the AGM, because I have no power to announce where the next one will be, but she has. And as you go for the next conference, I'm sure the standards will be slightly higher than this. We always increase. My worry is that there will be time when the standards cannot be met. They will be too high. But that is what we are aiming for. That is correct? So the delegation from Zanzibar, the Chief Qadi and Judge Ibrahim was to be with us. Unfortunately, their flight was full. That idea of overbooking, I don't know where it came from, but they are with us in spirit. The delegation from the United Republic of Tanzania, are you in? We thank you for being here, and you've seen Kenya is one of the most peaceful countries on earth. In Rwanda, we call it Amahoro. We have a lot of peace. That is correct? Pigieni makofi nikisema ukweli. Thank you. So we will be having a very, very short break after this, so that we go straight away into the AGM. And the AGM will try as much as possible to make it as short as possible, so that we are able to get time for meanwhile, as I speak, and those who have phones other than mine, you can be doing the QR code, so that we have time for sports. I do not want to speak about sports much because I have no evidence that I've been playing sports. Is there evidence? There's no evidence. For those who know me from last year, they know that there is evidence. But those who don't know from last year, they think that I have been this heavy. I have lost 31 kgs in the last 1 year. But those who have lost more than that, I'll ask Honorable Ndiek to give us directions on sport. He has evidence that he is a sportsman. So Honorable Ndiek, kindly come and be here, brief us on sports. Sit on Ndiek or Kidevu? Honorable Ndiek can brief us. If Kidevu is here. Kidevu is a name we gave our treasurer, and it was given by the people of the United Republic of Tanzania. So it has stuck. Honorable Ndiek, if you are not in a position who knows the sports issue, weka hiyo kidogo. Jerusalem, ikayalami, bilondoloze. He lacks jurisdiction to speak after I've spoken. So the sports bonanza, this thing that was here, iko wapi hiyo kitu? Sijui inaitwa kidude. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa hapa inaitwa Kiswahili, how do we call the flyer? The flyer, that flyer has been shared. Once you internalize it, we will give directions immediately after this. But vehicles will be there to take all of us to the sports ground. With all this, can we say thank you for being here? Kindly let's proceed for tea. And if you don't want tea, you can remain. We take 15 to 20 minutes we set up for the AGM. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki, awarehemu na awahifadhi. That is the end of the conference. .09, so that by 11:10 we start. Thank you. Niko na tamaa ya kushinda leo. Karibuni, masaa inaenda. Madam President, Madam Treasurer, Madam Vice President, kindly join me in stage. Madam Treasurer, kindly. Teddy. start at 11:10. I will ask the president to find whether there is quorum. After doing that, I will help her to do that, and then she makes a finding. So first, let's see whether there's a delegation from Burundi, no, from Zanzibar. A delegation from Zanzibar, hands up, thank you. A delegation from Kenya. A delegation from the United Republic of Tanzania. A delegation from Uganda. Thank you. And we also had a delegation from other countries, but I can ask her that from what I've seen, whether quorum has been met, then she will invite me to read the notice convening this AGM.
Good morning. Okay, that's better. I thought that you are still enjoying yesterday's dinner. So, but before I go into that, let us confirm that we have the quorum. We have the quorum to start our meeting. We have the quorum to start our meeting. So now that we have the quorum, we are going to be really fast. Noting that when I look at how people are dressed, I can tell that their minds are here, but they also plan outside this room. So we'll bear that in mind. And at this point, let me invite the SG to introduce the meeting, and then I will come in later for my word as chair. Thank you.
Thank you. As we start the meeting, I have been informed by the host association that some of you had registered at the very beginning, and you have not registered for the excursion for the second time. So at the appropriate time, you can check out there whether you're registered. Now, the notice has been posted. I issued the notice on 27th of October, convening this meeting at 8:30, and the AGM. The notice has 9 agenda, that is prayer and the East African anthem, opening communication from the president, reading and confirmation of previous minutes, matters arising, summarized reports from associations, treasurer's report, publicity secretary's report, and passing of the next AGM and conference. Now, I received notice that we add an agenda, appointment of auditors between number 7 and 8. With that notice being given in time, I pray that we have the agenda adopted. Any proposals? A proposal from Uganda? Yes. Thank you. Seconder? There are 2, 3, there's a proposal from Kenya in a cup. That is Justice Macau seconds. So the agenda is therefore adopted. So we move into the first session, prayer and then East African anthem. So we have, who did we designate for prayer? We can have 2 persons of the 2 major religions come and pray before we do we start with the national anthem or the prayer? The prayer. Kadi, kindly come forward. Unfortunately, Ms. Justice Mwaure, come forward for prayer, and then let's all be upstanding. After prayer, we'll have the national anthem, and then immediately we move to the next agenda. Thank you. Let us all be upstanding. Tunaomba sote tusimame.
Okay, let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you this day. We thank you for life. We thank you for your goodness toward each one of us. We thank you for this far you have brought us through this week as we attended the conference and all the issues we've been able to discuss and to come up with. We pray that they will help us to dispense justice to your people. So we pray that, Father, you will move this process forward on our behalf. Thank you for the AGM now. As we meet to discuss the other matters for the AGM, we want to covet your presence and pray that you'll be with us. And later, as we go for other things, for the sports, and even later tomorrow for the excursion, that your presence will continue to be with us. And when our friends leave for their countries, that you'll take them safely. We thank you, Father. We praise you, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
We are standing still for the Kadi, and therefore thereafter the national anthem.
Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu, shukrani zote zinastahiki Mwenyezi Mungu, Mola wa viumbe vyote, mfalme wa siku ya malipo. Wewe peke yako tunakuabudu, na wewe peke yako tunakuomba msaada. Tuongoza katika njia iliyonyoka, njia ya wale uliowaneemesha juu yake, wala sio ya wale waliokasirikiwa wala waliopotea. Mola wetu, tumefikia siku hii ya leo. Tunakuomba utuongoze katika shughuli zetu za leo. Tunakuomba utubarikie katika mambo yetu yote ya leo, na tunakuomba pale ambapo tumekosea utuongoze na utusamehe. Tumeomba katika dini ya Kiislamu.
We can then have the East African anthem. Let's be seated. Thank you. The first agenda has been dispensed with. I will therefore invite the President Eamja to give opening communication, and thereafter she will invite me to deal with the minutes of the previous meeting. Madam President.
Thank you so much, SG. My Lord's Chief Justices, representatives of Chief Justices, all protocols observed. I don't know whether some of you saw me drinking like almost a full glass of something. Did anybody see me drinking something now? Nobody saw me? Oh, God. So the thing is, I drank a tablet. It has paracetamol and vitamin C because I have a little bit of headache. Do you know why? I had the best time yesterday, more than you did. So the beauty of being president is that you are you are a nation of each partner state. So whenever there is Tanzania, there is an activity for Tanzania, you are there. Fully. South Sudan, fully. Kenya, fully. Burundi, fully. Somalia, fully. Rwanda, fully. So all the energy. There were only a few people that left towards midnight, or past midnight. I think, Your Lordship, the Principal Judge, ESCJ, you said good night to us, but the last people that left, it was the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda and myself. Because we enjoyed our time, and even if I would have loved at some point to go, I am the president, I am a host, but I'm a judicial officer under his leadership. Could I have left him? But that few minutes that we spent together were so productive. So I had the best time, I enjoyed, I ate, and I didn't know that most of you would be here because we had so much meat. Did anybody eat a lot of meat? I ate, I danced, I lived the East African community, I lived the East African Magistrates and Judges event, and enjoyed the host of Kenya. Thank you so much. So I would like to start by thanking the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Lady Justice Martha Koome, and also thank the President of Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, His Lordship Mudwa, and thank the local organizing committee headed by Chief Ladido, one of us, a judge of the High Court of Kenya. Thank you so much for organizing this conference. You were so receptive. We had a great time from the time we arrived till the time we shall exit. I think the time will still be great. And we have been able to go through this week. We have been able to learn from each other, to share experiences, to look back, to look at where we are now and look forward, because you gave us a conducive environment. Thank you so much, Kenya. Thank you so much, the Judiciary of Kenya. Thank you so much, KMAT. Long live Kenya. Long live the Judiciary of Kenya. Long live the Association, National Association of Magistrates and Judges, Kenya. I would also like to thank Eamja Council for your involvement in preparing this conference. Thank you so much, Council. Thank you for taking a lead and doing work timely and being very cooperative. Without a cooperative, a united council, I wouldn't be the kind of person that you see. But I have the leisure to be who I am because of those I am anchored on. Thank you so much, Council. I'm grateful for my immediate right hand, the Honorable, the President of Eamja, Lady Justice Lilian Itemba. So, you know, she's so peaceful, she's so calm, she's so composed. Imagine if I was like her. Let me tell you something funny. It's so beautiful. I really love it so much. Thank you so much. I even said thank you before you here. So yesterday was Wednesday. So on Tuesdays when I gave my welcoming remarks, then she said, later on we talked about other things, and I said, by the way, you did so well. And I said, but you didn't even give me feedback. How did I do? Then he said, you know, you did so. So she gave me so many good compliments. And then she said, you know what? I was worried. Because she knows me. So, and she knows herself. So she didn't know the kind of person that would come out of. And the person that was needed was the one between the one and the one, this one. So she's even worried when I'm about to speak. She's praying that she can deliver. Thank you so much, VP. So I love my VP. You are not actually my VP, you are the VP of Eamja. So I shouldn't say you are my VP. You are my right hand, but you are the Vice President of the East African Magistrates and Judges Association. And I would also like to thank the SG, Honorable Chizito Magadi. Him and I can communicate any hour of the day and any hour of the night. I can call him anytime and he will respond. He never takes offense. I think his family knows I will call anytime. And my family knows he will call anytime. Both families know and we can call even here. So thank you so much. Without you, I don't know, but for sure, you see, I talk with comfort because of those around me. So it's each one person that feeds into this person and I become the person that you see before you. So thank you so much. So if you do a good work around me, I become a better person. Thank you so much. So before I say something else, I'd like to thank the presidents of our national associations. To each one of you, your lordships, I thank you so much because without your cooperation, again, this conference wouldn't have been as smooth as it was and it wouldn't have taken off as well as it did. Thank you so much for your contribution in all aspects of this conference. Well, today is a day that we all pause as judicial officers in this association and we look back and we look at now and we look ahead. But as we look back, we take stock of what we have been doing. This council has been in office for the past 1 year. You will recall, General Assembly, that you put us in these positions December last year in a week like this, I think on 6th December. So we've been in the office for a year and we have 1 year ahead. So together with you, it's a time to look back and see, we put them in office, but what has been the association like? That is what they found, and is what we expected to see for another year, and where are we now? So katikati ya last year and this year, something, there was an expectation. So this is the year, this is the month, this is the week, this is the day to take stock. There has been achievements and has been challenges, and for sure, there is even more hope than we had when we entered this office because of you. This is a time that will have a future outlook that sets strategic goals for next year, and we set strategic activities that are in line with our strategic plan. And we keep a long vision, as I did mention in my opening remarks, that are aligned with ESC Vision 2050 and SGD 16, which is peace, justice, and building strong institutions. I know there's a lot that we are going to hear from what the year has been, from matters arising, and I'll come in later, so I'll keep my communication brief because I'll come in at a later stage. And as we chart the way forward, I wish that this this AGM has a thoughtful approach as we chart the way forward for the success and the betterment of this organization. I thank you for now, and I'll thank you later. Thank you so much.
Can I have another round of applause for the President? Thank you. From your agenda, you will notice that it's a reading of the previous minutes. Allow me to read them in an abridged version. You have all of them. They should be running somewhere there. ICT, and they have also been. Have they been shared? Okay. So these are the minutes for the meeting that was held. These are different things you're showing. ICT, I do not know mathematics. Yesterday, you remember we confirmed that lawyers and mathematics don't go on together. Can we have the minutes projected so that we're able to quickly move forward? The attendance will not be included here. It's in the permanent record of this unwritten record. So if you signed, you are present. So the last, now that is, yes. The agenda is as indicated from 1 to 11. The previous minutes were read, and the president also made a communication thanking Tanzania for a well-held meeting, and so indicated 10 items which were indicated as achievements. And there were 2 challenges which I will read again. That is, not all EAC members were members of Eamja, that is Burundi, DRC, Somalia, South Sudan. So he indicated there were initiatives on the way. There were also limited financial base, that is, money was expected only from local associations, and the strategic plan had not been executed. Then we dealt with matters arising where members of council introduced themselves, and it was indicated that a member from Burundi and a local person be made an ambassador, but that time he was not present. The fiscal AGM was successful, and the following resolutions were reached. I would now read those resolutions. I'll be doing an abridged version, as I said earlier. We agreed on strengthening the judicial independence and governance, promoting regional judicial collaboration and inclusivity, enhancing judicial capacity through technology and innovation, and reforming and modernizing the criminal justice system, expanding access to justice through business process re-engineering, promoting judicial reform and performance metrics, and harmonizing of labor laws for favorable investment environment in East Africa, EAC. There were several matters arising, and they will be noted there. Then there was a report from KMJ, indicated that they had new leadership, and they managed to clear the arrears of 10,000 USD that had accumulated for 4 years since 2019. And they also say that the independence of the judiciary frequently disrupted by the state and its agencies. The EC reported that they are meeting with the law side of Kenya for a way forward. There was also appointment of judges by the Judicial Service Commission. They reported that they had embraced online case management, that is CTS, and timelines and accessibility of timeliness and accessibility of justice delivered in 1 year and 6 months, and litigants can access all judges' decisions. JMAT, President reported, that is Justice John Kayonza, who has since retired. He thanked the members because we had that AGM in Tanzania. He indicated that 8 magistrates had been recruited, others were promoted. They were going construction of new state-of-the-art integrated justice centers expected to be completed by June this year. And there was efficiency, just delivery through electronic case management. The president of UJOA, Justice Olive Kazarawe Mukwaya, reported that there was a new UJOA leadership with her as the president, and also that they were familiarizing themselves, and they reviewed subscription to increase members. I have seen just Olive is worried about the pronunciations. Kindly just bear with me. Then they had introduced continuous online dialogues, and at the inaugural dinner to relax and break barriers. And I am hoping that we'll be invited next to relax. The president of Rwanda, Justice Harrison Mutabasi, reported that the Arijoa has now had as a member judicial circle, which enables members to get soft loans. And there was vetting of non-profit real estate for affordable plots. Association has also launched a number of restaurants within the courts, negotiations with insurance companies, and he reported that there was a successful Eamja conference and AGM held there, and they intended to have a physical office to hire permanent staff. Zanzibar reported through Honorable Justice Salma Ali Hassan that they held an AGM where a new constitution was passed and has become operational. They reported that there's an ongoing court building construction at a remarkable speed, and they issued a statement responding to the police statement that undermined independence of the judiciary of Zanzibar at that time. The High Court decisions are also now available at Zanzibar Lee. The president of that is ESCJ BJ, Justice Yohane Masara, reported on behalf of ESCJ that they appreciated Tanzania and JMAT for a successful AGM, and there have been an increase in number of cases, but they were still having issues of finances, and they confirmed that they have paid. Oh my, this thing is going off. Does it go back? Where do you point to return where you are? It is done nicely. Then elections were held. Before that, Karen Broa, the SG of CMJA, reported and appreciated the Eamja conference in Rwanda, and reported that there was continuous implementation of Commonwealth Latima House rules, principles, and with publications of a number of articles. She welcomed the members to the next AGM, which was to be held and was actually held in Banjul, the Gambia. And I'm sure the next time they will report that there will be another one in Montego Bay, Jamaica. So members reacted to those reports. And then there was a treasurer's report saying that they had amounts of 59,957.35 cents, and applauded Kenya for clearing the 4-year subscription, and also for other members for clearing subscriptions. And then there was an election, and when that election was done, there was election of the current council members. I don't need to repeat the names. At an appropriate time, you will be shown the members. Then, as the elections were done, the outgoing president, Edith Keitrima, where is the IPP? The IPP, so that I can say something. Oh, he's out. Thanked the members, and he was franked out by the others, the officials of that era, as the new members took over. And then the newly elected president, Geraldine Umuweza, gave her acceptance speech, and that is all for that AGM. Thank you, Madam President. That is the minutes for the AGM that was held in Arusha last year. I hand over to you to deal with matters arising and confirmation of the minutes. I hope I was not too fast.
Thank you, SG. We couldn't go word by word to see whether this is a correct or true reflection of what transpired last year. But if there is any input, because we are going page by page, I understand we are very fast in the interest of time, but we can do two things. One, if you have been able to see anything that you can, that's not a true reflection of what transpired, this is your moment to give us your observation and your comments. And should you see it later, maybe later in the day, because you have not gone through the minutes, you can, through your president, the National Association of Presidents, send it or even to the secretariat so that we polish it up. But this is your moment to give us feedback, any feedback. Or we adopt them as they are, and we take them to be, yes, Lady Justice Isabella Kariangabo, representing the COG of Rwanda. There's one, thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't in the meeting, but I can see that there are some information that are to be corrected. On the first page of the agenda, on 5th item, I think there is Rwanda missing or misspelled on the summarized reports from members. Am I right? I can't see RJOA on the list of those who gave a national report. Then on the election of the AGM election, there is a mistake. Our president is not from the High Court, but she is from the Court of Appeal of Rwanda. So those are the only two I was able to see when I was going through the report, and I thought could not let it go like this.
Thank you so much, my Lord. You are such a fast reader. You can imagine it wasn't even here last time. But those are pertinent issues. Thank you so much for that observation, and we'll make corrections. Anything else? Or we'll go through them. You trust that we shall go through them again and polish them up. Should we adopt them as such, in the interest of time? So, minutes are... So, who is proposing that we adopt the minutes as they are? Subject to those small amendments, yes?
Kenya, I propose.
Thank you. Supported by who?
I propose His Worship Robert Obisa Oanda.
Thank you. The proposal is noted. Thank you. Seconded by who?
Honorable Sarapai from Kenya.
Thank you so much. Minutes will be adopted with those amendments. Thank you so much. So we go to matters arising. Matter arising number 1. One of the matters arising, what came up from the meeting last year, was growing Eamja membership to Burundi by bringing Burundi on board, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, and South Sudan. The responsible person was Eamja Council Secretariat. Timeline is a continuous activity. Action taken, this is what the council is reporting, is that a team of 3 council members went to Somalia as a process to start bringing them on board. So through one of our colleagues, we got contacts of the CJ. We talked to the CJ, invited the council formally, and a delegation of Eamja went there, and the Honorable the Chief Justice, with high-level attendance of judicial officers of Somalia, there were so many. I think my colleagues, the SG went, Honorable Mortar, Honorable Charles went, and the turn-up was so big. So they engaged with the Chief Justice and the judiciary, members of the judiciary, those judicial officers, and they agreed that they are going to come on board. And so the report to date, as updated, is that we had a delegation of 7 judicial officers from the Federal Republic of Somalia, headed by the Honorable the Chief Justice. He's not able to be here today, but he has his representative. Your Lordship, please wave to us. Thank you so much. And one other thing is that to show the zeal to become members at all levels and in all capacities, the Honorable the Chief Justice has pledged that he's now effective 2 days ago, that was Tuesday, on Monday, an individual member, lifetime member of this association. And in recognition of all those efforts of the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Council of Eamja resolved that there be a representative on the council from the Federal Republic of Somalia, and then he or she, we don't know whether it is a she or he, depending on who the CJ will appoint, become our liaison person, and they start preparing for, they set up an association, and hopefully this coming year we will go to Somalia, Mogadishu, to launch the association. So that's the update on the growing of membership in regard to one partner state. Another effort was made in this capacity. We did not only reach out to the Federal Republic of Somalia, we also reached out to the Republic of Burundi. Personally, I have called their lordships. Of course, I did not call the one of Somalia because I wasn't sure I would speak some Arabic, but we communicated in English later. So I talked to His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Burundi, introduced myself, and just like I did in Somalia and I did in South Sudan, and His Lordship, the Honorable Chief Justice, was very receptive. And the report, as it is now, I'm happy to report that to report 2 things about Burundi. One, that His Lordship, the Honorable the Chief Justice, Honorable Gamliel Nkurunziza, himself, he came to see what it is that we are talking about. My Lord, you're most welcome. Congratulations for appointment. And my Lord, we look forward to having our colleagues from the Judiciary of Burundi joining us so that we sit and set up like this together to discuss matters that concern our judiciaries and our community. That is status number 1 on Burundi. Status number 2 is that as we went to Somalia, we have now agreed with the Honorable the Chief Justice that we send a delegation like we did for Somalia between the month, maybe God willing, between sometime next year. Let me not even put a month because their lordships, they will give us a schedule depending on how much time, on the availability of the slot in their calendar. We will send a delegation again to the Republic of Burundi, and His Lordship will host us so that we start the process of bringing them on board. So those are the efforts that have been made. Thank you so much, Your Lordship, Chief Justice. Yes, the Council also, through the President, reached out to the Republic of Sudan. South Sudan, sorry, the Republic, my Lord, I apologize, the Republic of South Sudan. I did call His Lordship the Chief Justice, introduce myself, and I was so happy. I landed smoothly. Do you know why? I landed smoothly because I didn't know that he's the Chief Justice. But because we had met in the past, he recalled me. When I said my name, he remembered my name and he said, oh, I remember you saw. The landing was smooth, and that gave me the comfort to introduce Eamja. So the outcome of our conversation and communication to the CJ's office directed to him, the outcome is two good things. One, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, has come himself to have a feeling of what we are talking about. Thank you so much, my Lord. Congratulations upon your appointment, and thank you for seeing the need to come and see who we are, what we do, so that you are able to go back to the judicial officers and sell Eamja to them. And we for sure we know that next Eamja, you'll come with a bigger delegation. We look forward to that. Another good thing with the Republic of South Sudan is that also, God willing, we are going to go to South Sudan. I am saying God willing, His Lordship is receptive. We are ready to go to engage with our colleagues. It is also dependent on budget. So if the AGM here empowers us and we get some other resources, two partner states will be visited next year. We'll launch Somalia's association, and a period of 1 year, if any other member states judiciaries member association is ready, we can not only engage them, but we shall fully bring them on board. There is nothing that can take so long if they are ready. So that is what has happened in terms of growing membership. So we were not able to get hold, I wasn't able to get hold of, to get a contact to DRC. And I am not so sure, I'm not good in French, but as a president, I have to know some French to speak to the Chief Justice. They told me, I don't know how true that they have 2 Chief Justices, but the only way I can reach to DRC, I mean to get contact, is through possibly the judge of DRC that is in East African Court of Justice. So as I wind up on this particular item, there's one important thing that I should be able to tell him. There is nothing the council could have done. There is nothing that I could have done as a president without having contacts. To each one of us, we are ambassadors in our partner states, for each other. For Burundi, I have friends because of being in the community. But to get to this high level of engagement, no. You are given a telephone number. But to get that reception, I was assisted as the president by His Lordship, the President of the East African Court of Justice. My Lord, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can say you understand your role as President of the East African Court of Justice, because you are not a president for the court alone, just because you're in the office. You are all of us. So whatever you do, it adds a brick in the construction of our community and a brick in the construction of Eamja. Thank you so much, my Lord. We could never have done anything. He could easily engage, and I could easily learn. Like he carried Eamja on the back, and I was able to be received. Thank you so much, my Lord. for Somalia, how would we have started? Which door do we knock? The only person that had contact was our colleague Mortar. He's the only one who said, you know what, I can find contact and I can pave the way for you to go to Somalia. And he did. Just like if you wanted something in Rwanda, wouldn't you know who to talk to? If I wanted something in Tanzania, I know who to talk to. So to each one of us, we are each other's ambassador. Let not our judiciaries be starved. Let not our association be starved of anything if we can be able to pave the way for its growth. Thank you so much, my lords. I wanted to take that special recognition. And a special recognition too. And in the process, on all those engagements, I'm sorry to take time on this, but for those of you that are going to take over after this council, there are those who will continue and others who will take over. But whether or not you are a member of this council, but you are a member of this organization, like I will continue to be, it's important to have people on board Eamja Council with institutional memory. There are times we'd want to do things, and because we have Justice Ketrima. Where is Justice Ketrima? Okay, he's not here physically, but Justice Ketrima was the president, but apart from the president from whom I took over, he was a member of this association for so long. Is Dr. Rumish around? He's not. But those two people, largely, they are the people we are straying, we don't know where to. Once you are a new, you can be a leader, however super you can be, without somebody to say, you know what, don't look this way. I think. Those are seasoned members of our association. Having them in the council helped us. So institutional memory in any organization, in any capacity is key. So we are so happy to be associated with the past leadership, the former leadership, because they helped us in whichever decision. Sometimes, there are some times that are not found in any document, not any regulation, not any law, but there are precedents. Sometimes we are guided by certain discussions at a certain forum. So we want to thank those members so much for being with us. In each process, they have helped us do work easier for us. And our achievements are associated with them because they were there for us and for the association. So thanks you so much. Wherever you are, I'll give them a hug when I see them. Trust I'll give them a hug. Thank you. So in terms of the implementation of the strategic plan, the responsible is Eamja Council and Secretariat. The activity is continuous. And in this regard, 6 committees have been formed to implement the strategic plan. These committees include executive and strategic governance. This is the president of the council, the vice president, and the entire presidents, the membership, the presidents of our national associations. We have a communications committee, a publicity committee, membership and national associations committee, finance and audit, resource mobilization and partnerships committee, and regional and international affairs committee. So committees, for us to do work easier, that can't be the work of the president alone. There is nothing, nobody should lie to you as the president that they will do it alone. You have to have teams through which you can think. So these committees have been doing their work, and today we hear a report from the team that he does finance and through the treasurer, and you'll hear the publicity, because we need visibility and publicity. We know each other, right? Do you know there are some judicial officers who don't know how much that we are doing? They're even saying those things of yours. How do we reach out to them? How do we get known to the outside world? We have a team of publicity headed by Honorable Edimo. They also will tell us what they're doing for this organization to be visible to us and outside our own organization. So implementation of strategic plan, in line with implementation of the strategic plan, apart from achieving in terms of growing membership, and also apart from achieving and setting strategies in terms of in the area of publicity, which the Honorable Berimo will tell us, Matovero, sorry. It's such a team that impresses me so much, and they know I love them so much. Publicity, I love you so much, you know it. Matovero and Jonad, you know I love you so much. Where is Jonad? Okay, I'll hug you later. Or you can come for your hug now. So, in line with implementation of the strategic plan, the council had a challenge of training, setting up trainings for our members. We know as judicial officers we are being trained on a number of topics in our respective jurisdictions. But we as the council, we think that it's better also to make an effort to empower ourselves by giving ourselves trainings. So one of the ways that we think is easier, that is very cost effective, is embracing technology. And we have set up series. Some of you have attended, right? We have set up a series of trainings and workshops to build our capacity, and we are using virtual trainings. Have some of you attended any? Other than council members, have others attended? Okay, some of you have attended. Thank you so much. So what is happening is that each country, national association, I think except we had some bit of interruption, but effective January, we are going to have, the next one is in Tanzania. So each country proposes a topic, we agree on it, they look for a facilitator, and we all agree on a date, and we are trained by one of them or an expert that they look for. We believe that amongst us, there are people who are talented, who are gifted. They can share with us their knowledge and other judicial officers. And if we need somebody with a special expertise, we'll see if there is a budget. Usually it is not a big budget. Some people might need facilitation for transport wherever they are, maybe $100 or $200 to give us special knowledge or specialized knowledge on topics. There is something that possibly you realized and you wondered. As a judicial officer, you do think of training and you think about evidence, criminal law, international, family law, those things, mediation. Much as all those things we deal with in court are so important, and that's where we are going to focus, and we'll keep focused. It's a continuous activity. But we did not think that's the only thing that we need. You saw we had a topic on judicial well-being. Did some of you attend that topic? Judicial well-being. Did anybody attend? Thank you, Your Lordship, Byakatonda. Byakatonda, His Lordship Byakatonda is not just a participant here on all these panels. He's the Vice President of the Rwanda Judicial Officers Association, and we have to ask Your Lordship. Thank you, my Lord. Yeah. Yes, so we are saying we as judicial officers, we can be smart, we can do great work, but we need to be able to do that. We have emotional stress. It has affected our mental strength. Our work has affected some of us' mental strength and physical strength. So that's why we thought of a topic, judicial well-being. You can only be an able person. There is a person who said, I was attending an online meeting of CMJA during the Corona, Your Lordship, Mugeta. At that time, possibly, we were not the Vice President. But one of the things when they're talking about judicial well-being, they gave an example of a magistrate in London. So this magistrate was walking on the streets of London. So after dealing with an issue in court, she met a group of young men. On the street of London, they raped her. So as a magistrate, you are raped on the streets of London. The next day, you are continuing with cases of rape by gangs. How are you supposed to manage? Do you tell people, do you call your CJ to say, I'm sorry, I can't come, I have been raped as a magistrate? Though the rapes, do they know you are a magistrate or they are just raping? So there are several things that affect us. Because of the things that come to us directly, we are attacked. Some people slap us, others threaten us, but also the cases of murder, the cases of defilement, the cases of this drug. Like there's a lot of young people. I think Lady Justice Kazar told me that, is it 16 or 18% or 70-something% of the population of Uganda is the people under 18. The under 18 percentage is the under 18 population is which percentage? The highest percentage of the population of Uganda is people under 18. So every day you are sending people to court as a judicial officer. Children, the age mates of your own. Is it something to smile about? When you go home, you look at your kids, they are eating, you cook for them, you become a mother, you become a father, you smile, they look at your phone, they ask a few things, this school, they have dreams. But 18 of them that month have been sentenced to jail. Life. Those are below 20. Life. 18, 25 years, 6, maybe one is released, is acquitted. So there are several things that affect us, and that is why we do think as a council, we also need some topics that touch on our well-being. And another one that some judicial officers were so surprised that we are bringing it, even some people logged in and logged out, logged in and logged out. I think they really felt not so much interested, or they did not really think it was something that we needed. But I think it is really critical. It was about talking about this is sexuality. Is it introducing engaging, talking to our children, to the young people on matters of sexuality? Partly that was the topic, right? So, why is that so important to us? Can anybody give me one reason at least? Does anybody think that that is important? One person at least. Okay, nobody thinks it's important. But let me tell you, some of us are mothers. Others are fathers. Others are aunties and uncles. Others were taking care of other people's children. Others are dating. Some of you are dating. There are some I know that are dating. And I know one who is looking. It is true, I know one who is looking, not necessarily here, but if it happens here, I will be happy, I will celebrate for that person. I want to say whether it is a sure, but I know for sure there is a need. And so some are dating. So you are going to be future parents. One of the challenges, in court, whichever level of the judiciary you are, you sound authoritative. You are an authority. You can say anything within permissible limits, respectfully. But one thing that you find difficult to talk about, to talk to the people, the group that you have difficult to talk to, is your son about sexuality, personal life, development, your daughter. Just even talk about dating. The body, the dating, all these transitioning, the transitioning that they go through. Is it an easy topic to talk about? All other things you have authority, freely. But to look at your son and say, young man, you are 17, please let's talk a walk. Tell me how things are going. Or my daughter, you are dating. Some of you send it to their aunties and uncles. So that's why we think that there are other topics that are not necessarily law-related, but that affect us, because after courtroom, you become another person. You cannot affect to be the best for the society, for your country, and while at home, you are a failed father. You are no longer in charge. You are in charge, very respected in the judiciary, very respected in court. But at home, you are not in charge of your own children. You are not in charge as a mother. So we think that we need these topics to brainstorm and see how we as judicial officers, we behave and act outside courts. So If there are other topics that you think that affect us, propose, and let us engage each other. It was important that I take time to go through this so that you understand the background of some of the choices the council makes for us. So, yes, the success that we have set up, those trainings we have done too, and the next one will be suggested by Tanzania, the judiciary. Whatever they think, we are ready. And so that is at least an achievement that we are now on course. So thank you so much. I leave it at that, but it was important for us to bring into context because some log in and please council members, please members of the judiciaries, take advantage of these trainings. You cannot tell me that you are smarter with not attending anything. Even if you go for 30 minutes, there is something that you learn from each other. So let us learn together, let us be smarter together, so that our chief justices who are here, they see something different. Because you are in Arusha, throughout this week, you cannot remain the same. You can't attend Kampala, you attend Bujumbura, all of these conferences, and remain the same judicial officer. If you do, I don't know what the CJ will say. They should see something in conduct and in delivery of your work. Thank you so much, judicial officers. Thank you so much, colleagues. That those were matters arising. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the, unless there's something burning, we move to the next item, summarize reports from associations. And given that I've just been informed, Madam President, that the Vice President for East and Central Africa, CMJA, is rushing to do an urgent ruling, I pray that you give him priority, Justice Mugeta, to give the report, then you call the rest of the members starting the way they are.
May I please invite, and with priority, His Lordship Justice Mugeta Ervin to come and share his report as our Regional Vice President to CMJA. Your Lordship, you're most welcome. Thank you.
My lords, judges present, allow me to stand on the protocol early on established. My report is very brief, just to inform you that CMJ will be holding a conference in September next year from 24th to 28th in Montego Bay, Jamaica. Preparations are ongoing. By the end of January, we might have received the brochures with all the necessary information for registration and all things related to hosting the conference. So I'm here to urge the local associations to pay their subscription fees and the individual members who intend to attend the conference to organize the funding for the travel to the Jamaica. I also urge individual members to pay for individual membership to the CMJA, which has several benefits, including getting free publications, which are done quarterly by CMJA. So, having said so, I wish to thank the President for the opportunity to give this information to you, and I wish you well, hoping to see you in the Jamaica next year. Thank you very much, my Lord.
Thank you so much, Your Lordship. May I invite now the President of KEMA? Lordship Justice Murwa, you're most welcome, my Lord.
Good afternoon, my Lord, the Chief Justices present, my lords, my ladies, judges who are present, Madam President and your council. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, and mine is just to thank you for attending this, honoring our invitation for this Eamja conference, and I hope you have enjoyed, you have relaxed, you have learned. Let me first of all appreciate the work done by my predecessor, the Association Chief Radido. Thank you so much for the work you have done in leading our association. The local organizing committee, at least, we came into office when I think the work was already, the preparation was already going on. And we also thank our representative in the Eamja Council, our Secretary General, for the support you also gave us together with the local organizing committee. We thank you so much again. Madam President, there were some trainings and activities which were done and which have been shared in the report by the Executive Council. And we look forward to attending all the functions of the Council. We also promise to honor our subscription. At least we were told that I think they had been pending for some time. The previous council at least cleared that date. We will continue to support the Eamja Council in whatever form going forward and participate in all its functions. We look also forward to attending the Eamja conference in Jamaica, and also in the next Eamja conference, which will be announced by Madam President. We look forward also to giving the support and having the attendance. Otherwise, thank you so much for having honored our invitation. We really hope that you have been attended to as much as possible, and look forward to hosting you again anytime. And feel free to attend the excursions. Feel free to attend to extend your stay in this country. We have a lot to offer, a lot of hospitality. Thank you so much, Madam President. Karibuni sana.
Now invite Honorable Rimo, the President of GEMAT, to give his report. Thank you.
My Lords, Chief Justice, please allow me to adopt the protocol that have already been mentioned. And because of time, I'll be short enough not to bore you and to spend more time, because some people are sport person here and they expect to go to the ground soon. My Lords, first of all, in Tanzania, we were blessed by new Chief Justice after the retirement of the Professor Ibrahim Hamis Juma. So we now have George Mchechi Masaju, who is our Chief Justice and the patron of the association. Due to the retirement of the Professor Ibrahim Hamis Juma and our late Justice Esther Mugasha, we now have 37 justices of appeal and 105 justices of the Court of Appeal. And in this year, we have been blessed by 89 new resident magistrates. And I'm saying this because it's a blessing of having more members in our association. As it is in the constitution of the Tanzania Magistrates and Judges Association, that one of the first objective is enhancement of, is a promotion of the independence of the judiciary, and it is complemented by enhancement of knowledge and skills. The Judiciary of Tanzania, in collaboration with the Institute of Judicial Administration and the Tanzania Magistrates Association, is continuing in enhancement of knowledge and skills to its people. And for the sake of this conference, going with the theme of this conference, maybe I should mention one more important thing, that by the year 2025, from the year 2023 to 2025, we have 161 judges and magistrates who have attended the courses of arbitration and mediation conducted by World Intellectual Properties Organization. And that is an assurance that in Tanzania, we now have so many skilled judges and magistrates who are mediator, also arbitrators, and others, so many others have attended other different courses, online and physical, that are conducted by the judiciary, the Institute of Judicial Administration, and other stakeholders. The Judiciary of Tanzania is still going on its policy of leveraging ICT, and I want to show you this is one of the tools that rendered most of our judges and magistrates are even attending several different courses online, and it enhanced the number to increase. In short, I can say, well, in this year, we had an annual general meeting, and that was held on 15th April 2025. And one of the agenda in that annual general meeting was an election, the election that rendered me to be the president of the association. And the vice president is Her Ladyship Justice Latifa Mansour, who is the Justice of Appeal. And the General Secretary is James Mniko. Since he's here, I wish if he can wave his hand there. And the Vice Deputy Secretary is Honorable Teddy Mlimba. She was here, but she had an emergency, so she's not in this venue at this time. But we have a Treasurer, Devota Kasebele. If she's here, please wave. And we have Publicity Secretary, Honorable Fraten Temba. He's also here, please wave. Yes, thank you. By end of February, we expect to have 6 new High Court sub-registries in Tanzania that will render all of our 26 regions to have the High Court sub-registries. This is also an achievement since we are still in our project of citizen-centered justice delivery project. And we expect also to open several other new subordinate courts. We expect to have our annual general meeting on January 13th to 15th, and this will be one of the historical annual general meeting because we expect all of the judges and magistrates of Tanzania will attend that meeting. And the Judges and Magistrates Association of Tanzania have established an endowment fund for its members, that it is the funds that will assist its members for the loss of the members of their nuclear families. And to date, out of 1,710 members, 1,477 members have joined the fund. Lastly, we have, from the last annual general meeting that we hosted at Arusha to date, we lost our 11 members. It is hard for us. It's a big number in 1 year. We lost 11 members. Just because we used to interact, please allow me to mention them by names. We lost Honorable Justice Mwanaisha Athman Kwariko, who was Justice of Court of Appeal.
Honorable Maximilian Alphonse Maleo, Honorable Brigadier Matthew Songwaji, Honorable Baptista Kindiga Kashusha, Honorable Majuma Issa Lembuya, Honorable Robert Oguda, Honorable Frank William Merumbe, Honorable Dr. Angela Maria Benedicteye, Honorable Asha Mwitindwa, Honorable Patrick Masengi, Honorable Frederick Binamungu. Very sad that Honorable Asha Mwitindwa have already registered and paid for this meeting, but we lost her in between the journey. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, before you go, kindly clarify the statistics on the High Court and Court of Appeal because you indicated that 7
Currently, we have 37 justices of appeal and 105 judges of High Court.
Oh, thank you. I indicated Court of Appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Edimo. May I now invite Lady Justice Kazad Wimkwaya, the President of Uganda Magistrates and Judges Association. You're most welcome, Lady Justice. Thank you.
My Lords Chief Justices, brothers and sisters, the East African Magistrates and Judges Association, I greet you all. Good afternoon. I'll try and make this as brief as possible. It's been a year of events, so let us report. Just a reminder that UJOA's current executive is operating under a 2-year term, which began on the 4th of May 2024 and will end on the 4th of May 2026. The executive is running a 2-year work plan on the 3 pillars of professional excellence, compassion, and unity. Under the UJOA Professional Excellence pillar, we continue to host experts in various fields for monthly online dialogues for professional growth. Under our compassion pillar, we respond to bereaved members by providing wreaths and collecting funeral contributions at their time of loss. UJOA, in collaboration with the International Association of Women Judges, Uganda chapter, held an inaugural leadership dialogue in April 2025. African leaders in the private and public sector were invited to share their experiences and nuggets on leadership with judicial and non-judicial officers in a hybrid physical and virtual meeting. The patron UJOA, the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, graced the event and proposed that the activity be added to the Judiciary annual calendar to help us enhance our leadership skills. UJOA hosted the Eamja Council regional meeting in June 2025 in Kampala. The Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda, Justice Alfonso Winidolo Chikamoy, interacted with the council and with the persuasion of our dear Eamja president, committed to being a life member of Eamja. Please clap for him. I undertook and I undertake to follow up for the payment of $500, which is the lifetime membership fee. In July 2025, UJOA marked the International Day for Judicial Wellbeing. As you know, it was the first of its kind around the world. And we did this in collaboration with Rotary International, Uganda. Participants who included judicial and non-judicial officers were engaged in physical exercises on that day and a corporate walk through Kampala City. The Deputy Governor Bank of Uganda gave a keynote address on financial wellness, and participants received related advice from health and family experts. Leading the event was the Honorable Chief Justice, delegated by Honorable Justice Mike Chibita, Justice of the Supreme Court. In November 2025, Ujoa held her second professional dinner and annual awards night at the Supreme Court Hall. We invited our brothers and sisters, the presidents of the National Associations of East Africa in Eamja. We received the president of Ujoa. He attended virtually, so he missed the food and the dancing. But thank you, Honorable Justice Mutabazi, for joining us. A round of applause for him. So the event was held under the theme Stronger Together, Wellness for Effective Public Service. The event revealed a deep need to gain a factual understanding of the low subscription rate of judicial officers to Ujoa. Now, unlike our sister associations of Eamja, Ujoa, Eamja, and Eamja, Ujoa continues to grapple with the absence of institutional support from the judiciary of Uganda. Ujoa activities for the last 6 years are run purely by intermittent membership subscription payments ever since the statutory deductions of salary at source were terminated. From time to time, donations are received from friends of Ujoa to help run her activities. So to that end, Ujoa, under the Unity pillar, will continue to explore various avenues to grow voluntary membership of her members, from the current number of 200 out of the 800 or so judicial officers that we have in Uganda. Ujoa executive members work on a wholly voluntary basis, and I would like us to deeply appreciate their sacrifices. A round of applause for members of the executive of Ujoa. If you're here, please stand up. Any one of you, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. I want to congratulate the Vice President of Ujoa, Her Worship Daphne Nayabare, on her promotion to Chief Magistrate. A round of applause for her. The Secretary General Ujoa, His Worship Conrad Oroya, was promoted to Chief Magistrate. Please clap for him. Her Worship Christine Turiramwe, Treasurer, was also promoted. Let's clap for her as well. And it seems like when you serve sacrificially, you'll be recognized eventually, and therefore let us not decline to serve, even if there's nothing in the short term for us. I also want to congratulate the Honorable Justice, Deputy Chief Justice Dr. Flavian Zija, who was promoted to Deputy Chief Justice in the reporting year. And we also received the Honorable, the Principal Judge, the Honorable Justice Jane Francis Abodo, who was promoted in the reporting year. Yes, you can clap. She's not here, but please clap. We celebrate these appointments along with our brothers, along with those of our brothers and sisters who were elevated to different positions since the last Eamja AGM. Finally, in the first week of December 2025, under the Compassion Pillar, Ujoa launched the Ujoa Prisoner Porridge Project at the Law Development Center Chief Magistrate's Court. Let me explain. So one of us, who is the Chief Magistrate at the Specialized Wildlife and Utilities Court, noticed a need for the inmates who come from prison and spend a long time at court, that they don't eat anything. So out of her own resources, she provides a piece of bread, a slice of bread, and a cup of maize porridge for them every day. And she gave us her budget, and it was really, doable. So we launched the same. And our Ujoa, we started at the Chief Magistrate's Court of the Law Development Center, which is just attached to that, the Law Development Center of Uganda. And we believe that it's our way of giving back and to show our empathetic face as judicial officers to these people who find themselves on the wrong side of the law. We shall share the OJOA e-bulletin covering all these things in due course. And before I sit down, I would like you to support the past president of OJOA, Your Worship Kawesa. He has a stack of books out there he has written. Please support them, please buy them, and encourage him. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lady Justice Kazadwe. May I now invite the President of Zajowa, please? You're most welcome, my Lord.
Honorable Chief Justice present, judges, magistrates, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm pleased to report for Zajowa Zanzibar. Myself, I came with 19 other delegates. I don't seem to see them, but we are 20 of us who came. For the reports from last year, unfortunately, nothing much has been done from our part. Unlike other organizations, ours, there was some problem with automatic deduction from our salaries from the government part. And members did not know that, so majority of them have not been paying the subscription fees, but that is going to be resolved soon, and we're going to resume from our task which we engaged. And the first one will be, we're going to conduct our AGM, and the plan is on 20th and 21st December this year, and it's going to be, we're going to run elections. So hopefully other people also, you'll see new faces for next year, because we're going to have our elections. And sorry for that. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Ladyship, may I now invite His Lordship, the Principal Judge of the East African Magistrates and Judges Association, Justice Masala, to report on East African Court of Justice activities in the past year. Thank you so much, my Lord PJ. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon. And I'm standing between you and lunch and between you and sports. So I'm not going to be long. Honorable Chief Justice is in attendance. Honorable the Judge President, judges, your worships, and colleagues. The East African Court of Justice reported in our last Eamja meeting, and several of the issues that we had reported remain the same. And for those who are hearing EACJ for the first time, this is a court, a regional court established by the treaty establishing the EAC to ensure the adherence to law in the interpretation and application and compliance with the treaty. With me, our delegation, all the judges of the EACJ managed to attend this meeting. I'll ask Judge President, who is here, Justice Kayobera, to stand and be recognized. Thank you. We also have the Vice President of the court, Justice Anita Mugeni. Today, I see Justice Cheborion from the Appellate Division of the court, who is also a judge of the Court of Appeal of Uganda. The Deputy Principal Judge, Justice Richard Wejuri Wabwire. I also see Justice Gachuko from the Republic of Burundi. Are there other ESCJ? I don't see any other. The ESCJ has two divisions. You heard me introducing a Justice of the Appellate Division and the First Instance Division. Justice Gachuko is from the First Instance Division. So let me report briefly the activities of the court for the year, starting from December when we met in Arusha to date. We are an ad hoc court, meaning that only the Judge President and myself are permanent judges in Arusha. All the other judges come when there are sessions. Ordinarily, we are supposed to have 8 sessions, 4 for the first instance and 4 for the appellate. But due to some challenges, we have not managed to hold all the sessions for the past 1 year. We only managed a session in Kigali, which was a short session, 2 weeks, a rotational session, where both divisions convened in Kigali and we discharged matters. We're supposed to have sessions in April or May, June, August, September. All those sessions were postponed because we were not facilitated by you East Africans. But we managed to hold sessions in October for the first instance, October and November. We started on 16th of October to the end of November. And for the appellate division, they managed to have a session of 4 weeks in November. Those are the only sessions we have undertaken for the year. And our backlog keeps on piling. The first instance is now having more than 300 cases pending. And our stakeholders and litigants are not happy with the way we are doing. But it's not our fault. We still have not received judges from the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of South Sudan, and the Republic of Somalia for the first instance division. Since the retirement of Justice Charles Nyachai from Kenya, more than 2 years now, about 2 years, he has not been replaced. And also, our former Deputy Principal Judge from South Sudan is yet to be replaced as well. Somalia is a new country, so we hope that when summit meets, we are going to get a judge from Somalia. In terms of conferences, we had our 3rd annual rotation session or conference in Kigali in February this year, which was well attended. We had presences of chief justices, judges, and other officers, lawyers, members of the East African Legislative Assembly, even the chairperson of council, who happens to be the minister in charge of EAC affairs in Kenya. He attended. The Secretary General was there. So it was a very successful conference, which was had a theme: justice, ethics, and enforcement of decisions, a judicial pathway for regional development. Hopefully, if we have money, we are going to hold the 4th rotational annual conference in one of the partner states of the region. We have been active also in other fora, like Eamja. EAC was well represented in Gambia, and we hope it may be well represented in Montego Bay, Jamaica. We have had several trainings by our partners. We concluded MOUs with Pepperdine University, and they have been training our judges and other officers in an alternative justice system, or alternative dispute settlement. We also, in collaboration with Center for Public Interest Law, have been training judicial officers in our region, and we had one training organized in Dar es Salaam, where our registrar, who was here, participated. I have a written report, so I'm not going to take much of your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, my Lord Principal Judge, ESCJ. May I now invite His Lordship, Justice Harrison Mutabazi, to give us a report of activities for the past year of the Rwanda Magistrates and Judges Association. You're most welcome, my Lord President.
Thank you, Madam President. My Lord Chief Justices, my lords, my ladies, your worships, good afternoon. I'm Jambo, Bona Premidi. Thank you very much. I'm going to give an abridged report because I have a written report that I will tender into, and I don't want to keep you long here because as they made a summary of last year's presentations, we just enhanced on what we reported last year, and I will only report on the core of the core business of our association, the Rwanda Judicial Officers Association, which you will see that is mainly in the line of judicial well-being and judicial wellness. So I'll stick there and tell you what we've done in the last year since the last AGM, and then give you a hint of what we're in pipeline, and then conclude. So as I said, well, we're very much inclined to judicial well-being and judicial wellness, and as you see, what we've been working on since last year is around that line. On judicial well-being of our judicial officers, especially judges, magistrates, and registrars, the Rwanda Judicial Officers Association has taken to its hand to see how it can enhance, especially their livelihoods. First of all, as we reported last year, we've been in negotiations with financial institutions, not only our judicial circle that we have, but also external financial institutions, on how our members in our constituency, especially judicial officers, have a moderate interest whenever they go to seek loans in the financial institutions. And it's working well. We had the first banks that we're working with, but recently we've had some other banks that have come into cooperation with us, and we are now in transition to signing an MOU with them so that whenever our member would go into deal with them, especially in the transactions, the rates should be minimized in that sense. We have a new bank, most that is popular, BICA, or Bank of Kigali, that approached us and said, you're working with the I&M, you've worked with Atlas Mara, and now we want to work with you and we'll give you a very good price. So we've negotiated, now in the initial phases of signing an MOU with them, and we definitely think this also would be very much of help to our members in the association at that end. Last year we had reported that we have a health scheme, an insurance health scheme that we raised that was about life insurance, and we're happy to report that we entered into partnership with an insurance company that was giving us health insurance, life insurance. Now it's extended to medical insurance that can cover even partly overseas charges, especially when our member goes for further treatment not in the country, and that is the Sanlam insurance. And I'm glad to report that at least now we have close to 75% of our judicial officers that have subscribed to the overseas medical insurance, and we definitely think this will be very much of help. Actually, it has started a benefit to some of our members who are flying out to go for medical insurance, medical treatment in India, here and elsewhere. So it's something that can boost and help them, especially whenever they need further treatment overseas. So we are very glad that it's going on well, and we want that this could be 100% coverage to all our judicial officers that are in this scheme in that way. The other is that we said it was reported that we have subscribed to the Judicial Circle, and I was briefly talking to our treasurer, and he told me we've started getting interest as an association where we subscribe to the Judicial Circle, not individual, but a Judicial Circle for the judiciary. Now the association also subscribes some money there, and we're getting some returns, and we plan that the returns, the interest that we get from there could also be helping our members, especially when we have some issues that we want to cater, and we don't want to touch on the savings that we have or the money that we deduct from our members. We can be using the interest that we get from the circle and elsewhere. So it's also doing well, and we're happy that it is coming up really well. The other that we had reported last year, and we're glad that now it's taken up very well, is the expansion of the judicial canteen, or a restoration that we have, restaurants that we have in our judiciary. Last year we reported that it was in the town setting, where in Kigali, where courts that are in the township in Kigali were fed a lunch hour from our canteen, and we found that it was not good that we only remain in the capital where we have probably the higher bench, and we decided that now expand even to outskirts of Kigali, but also further field and go to up country. And we're glad to report that now we are almost covering half of the courts that we have in the country now out of Kigali, and especially those on the lower bench, the primary courts, intermediate courts. Now we're happy to report that some of those courts, most of these courts now can have a lunch, a meal, and that can help the judicial officers have a meal on location, other than finding restaurants and all that are going home to find meals in that way. And that is very helpful, and we are definitely very happy that it's going on very well. The other is, as other associations have reported, we've actively involved in coming into meetings like this. We came with almost a total of almost 40 delegates from Rwanda. And last meeting in CMJ, we also had at least a team that represented the judiciary of Rwanda, but also the association in CMJ. And we pledge that we'll continue to be in these forums, such forums like this, but also even others that we think can benefit for judicial officers in that sense. On another aspect of well-being, we've also started looking into negotiating with real estate developers and banks on how we can have, especially our members on the lower bench, having affordable housing. Before we came in, we had a bank that is Equity Bank that accepted to say it can help us in securing affordable housing for some of our members that we want that. But we also have one real estate developer that approached us and has said we can do something. We are looking into it. We are trying to look to it closely and see how it will work so that definitely our members, especially members on the lower bench, can get affordable houses at a low price. We are working towards that. And then on judicial well-being, we've had sessions. At the last session, we even had one that we opened up in partnership with the East African Magistrates and Judges Association, that we had this opened up to our constituency in that sense, and we had judicial officers all over have a talk from one of the founders of the Nauru Declaration that mainly talks about judicial well-being and wellness. We are very much fronting this because we know this is very pertinent, especially to judicial officers. Wellness, mental wellness, and well-being is very pertinent. We say a healthy body and a healthy mind. We can't work when we are not healthy. So we are very much forwarding this, and we are partnering with Eamja and other associations to see how we can be doing this. We are thinking of having at least quarterly counselors that will come on location, can be talking to judicial officers. Like we saw in the last presentation, it's not shame to talk about your mental wellness and mental status in that sense. So we are trying to see how this can happen and be done well in that sense. So we are very much in that way, and we are glad that we are working together with chapter presidents so that we can work together and work together in this. Even on that, we've also very much been championing or trying to talk to the judiciary to see how physical fitness, especially subscribing to our judicial officers in health clubs and gyms, and not only in town, but everywhere, even the houses where they can find a gym and other health facilities. And I'm glad to report that at least 80% of our members that are located even up country, but where they can find a facility, are now subscribed and can do their physical fitness at their time, whenever they have time from their work schedules. In conclusion, I also want to note that we had 2 judges that went into retirement, but we have 2 judges that were nominated to the upper bench, the Court of Appeal, and soon we'll be, after the processes, be giving out the names at the conclusion. We are going on very well. We are planning also to have not only on the aspect of wellness, but also seeing how we can work around trainings. We are very glad that we had a partner that has approached us and said, we can work with you on one training, on training one of your, some of your judicial officers on reproductive health. And we plan this coming year, mid this coming year, we'll have a few of our judicial officers undergo this training, courtesy of the association, not the judiciary. That is very making us happy. Lastly, we want to report that we will be starting a Justice Week, that is from next week, where judicial officers and especially members of the Rwanda judicial officers who will be very actively participating in this. And then we are planning to have our AGM in the first week of January, where we'll have to sum up on what we're doing. So in a nutshell, Lady President, that is what we have. I've made a summary of what we are doing, but I will give a concrete, detailed report to the ACG. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And before we go to the Treasurer's report, again invite His Lordship, Justice Simudwa, because we had invited him to give us a report of activities, but he only gave us his salutations, welcome remarks, and his Lordship became a member of the council effective June, right? So this October, thank you. So this is his first reporting period. So my Lord, I apologize. I should have guided you accordingly.
Thank you.
Now I do guide.
Thank you.
Thank
and all protocols observed. That's the beauty of shared leadership in the judiciary. Now, this is the report of the KMJA. First of all, on behalf of the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, I extend warm greetings and submit this report to the Honorable Council as follows. Number one, upholding judicial independence was one of the activities which was carried out by the Council amidst external pressures. KMJA continues to stand as the primary defender of judicial independence in this country. Our members have faced sustained and unsettling pressures, including targeted maandamano, we call these protests and demonstrations, and public vilification by certain advocates and government dignitaries. And some of these actors have sought to intimidate the bench, to prosecute cases on social media is very common, and even petition for the removal of the Supreme Court judges. Actions that, in our opinion, may directly undermine the dignity and autonomy of the judiciary. In response, the KMJ has not only issued strong public condemnations, but has also taken decisive legal action. We have joined, as an interested party, the pivotal constitutional petition in Milimani High Court petition number E083 of 2025, which addresses these very attacks. Our commitment remains against intimidation and the erosion of judicial independence in this country, and we support all criticism that is constructive but not corrosive. Secondly, there was a successful hosting of the KMJ Annual General Conference, AGC, in demonstration of our commitment to jurisprudential development. We successfully convened our Annual General Conference in October 2025 under the theme Adjudicating Reproductive Rights to Bridge Inequality. The conference featured robust presentations from partners and our own members. A profound highlight was the extensive analysis of progressive Kenyan case law, which showcased our jurisprudence, which deeply impressed the partners. Esteemed delegates, smooth transition of leadership through a peaceful AGM and elections took place. Immediately following the AGC, KMJ held its annual general meeting overseeing a peaceful, transparent, and a democratic transition of power. Elections conducted with the oversight of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, resulted in the following new office bearers of the Executive Council. Myself, as president of the association, we had Secretary General Honorable Tom Mark Orlando. We had the election of my vice president, Honorable Rhoda Yator. The election of Vice Secretary General, Honorable Hassan Dafa Omar. I don't know whether he's here. There are some who are still organizing for the sports. National Treasurer, Honorable Zakaria Kiongo Kagenyo, still to tally organizing for the sports. and Vice Treasurer Honorable Dennis Kiokonguli, still out there organizing for our sports. We truly wish to thank Madam President. I basically inherited Honorable Justice Radido's counsel. Honorable Radido, kindly say hi to the delegates. We've really worked with him during this transition period, and he's been very, very supportive. The new Executive Council is fully operational and dedicated to advancing KMJ's core objectives, which are safeguarding judicial independence, promoting members' welfare, and enhancing the administration of justice. The other activity was the advocacy on member welfare and the systematic reforms. The new EC has hit the ground running by initiating structured advocacy on pressing issues affecting judicial officers. We have submitted comprehensive memoranda to the Chief Justice, to the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, and to the Judicial Service Commission in efforts to continue addressing the following issues: security, enhanced measures for judges and judicial officers, including security allowances and a review of protocols, conditions of service, resolution of frozen salary increments, harmonization of entry-level scales, and the finalization of the travel and transport policy, including long-pending issues of official vehicle grants. Workload management, formalizing judgment writing days, and reviewing interdiction procedures. As late as yesterday morning, we had an engagement on these aspects with the Judicial Service Commission. Institutional collaboration, the critical need to involve KMJA in policy-making processes that affect our members, and these guarantees have been given by the Judicial Service Commission yesterday morning. Progress in preparing for the Eamja Conference 2025. KMJA is honored to host this 22nd Eamja Annual Conference, and as you can observe, is deeply engaged in ensuring its success. We are most grateful to the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya for hosting this auspicious event. We also wish to honor the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, the partners who stood with us for this event, and most hardworking team that comprise the local organizing committee for this conference. Thank you so much. KMJ milestones and focus areas. We will focus on the benevolent fund. We are undertaking a review of our benevolent fund to ensure its sustainability and a better support for members in distress. Census and institutional respect. We successfully liaised with the judiciary to ensure the recent staff census respected and the dignity and the logistical constraints of judicial officers, protecting them from potential victimization. Mental health and peer support. In light of the intense pressures on the bench, we are prioritizing mental wellness programs and exploring the cascading down of successful judicial families, peer support model to all judicial officers. In conclusion, the KMJ navigates a complex landscape, vigorously defending judicial independence while driving internal development and preparing to host our regional peers. The successful AGC, the peaceful transition of power, and the advanced state of conference preparations demonstrate our association resilience and capacity. We are inspired by these achievements and channel this energy into delivering a memorable, substantive, and almost flawless executed Eamja Conference 2025. We eagerly welcome you to Kenya for this conference that will undoubtedly strengthen the bonds of our East African judicial community. We thank the Eamja Council for its steadfast guidance and solidarity. Thank you so much, Madam President and delegates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Lordship President. We take note of all the reports from our National Association President. And may I now invite the Treasurer to give us her report, the Council's report. Thank you.
My Lords, the Chief Justices, my Lords, honorable members, good afternoon. The report is here on the screen, and I'm going to go through it very briefly. The Eamja account, we have it at KCB Bank, that is Arusha branch, and with that account number as you see it. So this report is as per 30th November 2025. At the time when we assumed the office on 5th December 2024, the account had available balance of 45,451 and 60 cents. That is US dollars. And the cash withdrawals for the expenditure between that time of 5th up to 31st December, the expenditure were 5,451 and 80 cents. The expenditure went on the expenses that were incurred during the conference of 2024. So we opened the account now with the opening balance, which was 40,052 cents US dollars. As a treasurer, I realized that our source of income as Eamja is majorly subscription from member associations, which are outlined there. The Kimja, Timja, Ujoa, Rajoa, Zajoa, and the East African Court of Justice. Next slide. On 26 February, that is 2025, I issued out invoices to all member associations, and the subscription that was received was $9,965.92. I want to thank all the member associations for paying the subscription. The only balance which we had was from Rajoa, and it was paid to me on 1st December, and I just banked it on 2nd. So there is no balance now as we stand. All the member associations have already paid their subscription 2025. Thank you very much. We had another income. We received the lifetime membership of $500 from Honorable Harari. Honorable Harari, thank you so much. Where is Honorable Harari? Thank you so much for paying your lifetime membership fee. On 8th January 2025, we also received a donation from Honorable Godfrey Kawesa after the sale of his books in the other meeting of 2024. And he has also donated 10,000 Kenya shillings to us, which I've just received today after the sale of his books. Honorable Kawesa, thank you so much for that donation. You can stand up and wave to us so that members can see you. We also received 500. That was also from my Lord Justice Ketrima. He paid his life membership. Justice Ketrima, thank you so much for paying your lifetime membership. We We received also the registration fee for Ugandan delegates. They deposited it on the Eamja account. As you see, we received the $4,910.62. I was informed by the treasurer of Ujoa that they sent 5,000, but I think because of the transfer charges, it was reduced. So that is what we received on our account. We also received the registration fee for East African Court of Justice delegates, and that was 500. So in total, by the 30th of November, from the other income, we had a total of $6,489.82. Next slide. Next slide. The expenditure, you are jumping a slide of expenditure. Yes, that is the expenditure slide. We had secretarial services and the office expenses, and we normally incur these expenses on monthly basis by paying also some allowances to our staff at the secretariat, as you can see. And we also, that was 2,700. And we also incurred back charges and the value-added tax, which totaled to 90,000. No, yes, 90, just $90.02. We also incurred expenses at our meeting, which was held in Kampala in June, and we spent $13,620. As Melody, our president, shared with you that we had to send 3 council members who went to Somalia. We had to incur their expenditures, that is ticket and accommodation for only 2 days, although we were informed that they had to spend there 3 days. So we spent on them 3,120. So our expenditure in total from January to 30th November, it is $19,530.02. Next slide of the summary. So that is our summary of the income and expenditure. Due to the brought forward from 2024, which was for $40,000, we had the total income of $56,456.20. The expenditure, that was the expenditure, 19,530 and 2 cents US dollars. So in this case, we had to remain with the balance of $36,926.07. Our expenditure was more compared to our income, because the income, as we've seen in the first slides, that the income which we had was 16. I don't know whether I can take you back. Oh, I can't take you back. If you realize our income, the one which I talked about, there is the slide of the income, the subscription, yes. That statement of income we had 16,455 and 75 cents. It means that our income was less than our expenditure. What helped us to meet our expenditure is what we brought forward from 2024. Our way forward in this matter, as the President has already discussed with us, that there is an establishment of a resource mobilization committee. We hope that this committee will look for funds, maybe from the donors, to increase on our funds. And we also, it starts with us. We in our meeting, which we held on 1st December, all of us, we agreed to pay life membership fee so that we can increase on our funds. So we also want to encourage you to join us so that we can also pay the life membership. That is the way we can also increase on our funds in the treasury. Otherwise, the treasury is not doing so well because the expenditure was more than the income, and we expect to carry on many activities in this coming year. So we take this opportunity to thank you so much for all the support. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, Madam Treasurer. So that has been our own expenses. That's the money we had. That's how much we spent, and that's how we stand. So I request that we adopt the Treasurer's report, and we move forward to another item. But before we do so, I'm requesting that, with the permission of the General Assembly, you allow us to appoint for this coming year, to appoint an auditor so that they can audit our accounts. After which we shall submit to you audited accounts. Are you allowing it, the General Assembly? Yes.
This issue of finances in Eamja has been persistent for the last 22 years. Last night when I was at the dinner, I looked around the numbers that attended the dinner and the conference generally, because even this hall, we are squeezed. We did not sit properly. I think we need a bigger hall. I'm wondering whether, with these numbers that are increasing in every judiciary of our national judiciaries, what if we made a proposal that each member who wants to subscribe to Eamja as an individual, not as a LIF member, but as an individual, to pay an annual fee of $10 in Kampala, in Uganda. $10 is equivalent to 7 bottles of beer. And I think for those people who take beers, some of our colleagues yesterday took more than 7 beers. I suspect, because I saw the beers going around and around. So I wonder whether it would be very difficult for an ardent judicial officer failing to contribute $10 annually towards this association. When we were forming this association 22 years ago, we started from the scratch. Now, if it was a child, this child would be leaving university. So you cannot keep a person who has left university, giving him food, milk, bread, shoes, and everything. So I propose that we contribute every year, each member contributes $10 for the well-being of the Eamja. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President is contributing, is discussing. We can have Kate Rima as she's discussing something.
Anybody else?
Thank you very much, President, and thanks to the Treasurer for that comprehensive report. What we proposed in our council meeting and on the way forward is that for the contributions we shall be making for this conference, half of that contribution will go to the Eamja, and then half will go to the host association. In the past, all the contribution has been going to the host. So we resolved that as a way of earning some income for the association. And in fact, all associations actually earn income from their conferences or AGM. We resolved that our contributions, half of that contribution should go to the council of Eamja. And then the other half goes to the host country.
Thank you so much, Your Lordship. Yes.
Yes, I don't know whether that is a proposal or a resolution, because what it takes a local association to organize for the conference contributions by members is just a drop in the ocean. So sharing it with Eamja may really hurt the local associations who are organizing for the conference. And I would second our colleague who proposed that we give, other than just the way we are doing with CMJA, apart from country or association contribution, we have individual members contribution or membership payment of between $10 to $20 per year. That would really go in to boost the CMJA. So if we can make a resolution probably that we give between 10 and 20, it's a reasonable amount. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So those are proposals coming to the floor. Thank you so much, Your Lordship Ketirima, for sharing with us and proposing to us. Thank you, colleagues. So I think that we go with a proposal that we make an annual contribution, at least each one of us. However little the contribution is, but let us, we can set $10. We can set 20 or 50, depending on how much we agree with. But there is no way our association can be able to implement even what is planned in the strategic plan. There are some things we can't really do unless we make an annual contribution at an individual level, as individuals, and some of us are able to become lifetime members now, but those of us who cannot, I think that we can make that contribution as proposed by His Lordship. Wave to us, please. Irwa. So, Assembly, what do you think? So that we come up with a proposal and an implementable one. Yes. So let us be first on this. I am sure we have a solution. Yes.
So, sorry, I also don't want to interrupt. I'm Justice Deepa from Uganda, and I'm inclined to agree with Justice Ketirima, because I'm young in the field. I was just appointed a few months ago, and his concept is similar to the East African Law Society. If you leave it to the judicial officers to pay, some might not pay, and you may have problems. But if you tie it to the country, in Law Society, you would pay for Uganda Law Society, but you would also pay for East African Law Society. So when you pay, you are obliged to also pay for the region. So my proposal is we go by the country, the jurisdiction of the country. The only other aspect I wanted to add, we seem to be talking only about the conferences. I think after the Treasurer's report, as East African Eamja, we are struggling with expenses and income. I propose that we find a way of working. You did mention the publicity is high. People out there don't know. For instance, I want to thank Justice Olive. If it wasn't her, I wouldn't be here. And having been here, I'm seeing what Eamja is doing. So publicity needs to get more active. You will not only just depend on donors, but you will have other top businessmen or people who feel that judiciary, Eamja is doing something. And you can even approach if your constitution allows. So my proposal is we go with the country's organization, and when someone is paying their membership or subscription, whatever you call, you top it up. That way, you don't need to chase individuals.
Thank you so much, colleague. So, yes, just Kamau.
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. My view is that sometimes also you need to get into the development partners to fund your activities, because you cannot rely on yourself alone, because I think that also forms part of the amounts. But even as you think about how much you're putting, whether it's $20 or $10, what is the benefit of the members? Because they must benefit. If you look at the CMJA, then at least if you're an individual member, the registration fees is lower. And then you also get publications for free and that kind of thing. So what is it in need for the members? Thank you. But as I still have my, I still have the microphone, Chair. I think you did not propose and adopt the report, because I think that's what should have been done before people start discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Chief is raising his hand.
Thank you, Madam President. I've listened to the proposals which have come from the floor, but to my best recollection, I'm not throwing a spanner in the works. The Eamja Constitution does not recognize individual membership as of now. If that is the case, then the most efficient way to get this money is to increase or say that all the delegates who are attending the conference should pay on top of the $50, maybe $20, so that we do not go outside the Eamja Constitution, which does not recognize individual membership. Again, if you look at some of our National Association constitutions, there may be a challenge if we now start calling upon our members to make payments which are then forwarded to Eamja, because most of our constitutions do not have that provision. So the easiest way, on top of the $50 which goes to the host association, we increase it by $20 or $10, let that $10 go to the Eamja. Thank you.
President, with the permission, can I then, as a SG, summarize what we have said so that then we are able to come up with a way forward? There are proposals that have been given from the floor. I propose three aspects. One, that we deal with the adoption of the report. Two, we deal with the adoption of the proposal to appoint an auditor. Three, we deal with the 3 or 4 proposals that have been raised by members on how to raise funds, and as council come with a legal way of raising it. Now, do we agree that we deal with those 3 issues that way so that I can leave them to the president? Do we agree? Now, the first issue is the adoption of the treasurer's report. On behalf of the president, can we have proposals for adoption? Radido.
Chief Radido, I propose adoption of the treasurer's report.
Someone to second that adoption? There is Dr. Nyagaka J. Is that passed, President?
Yes.
Thank you. The second report. Yes? Yes. Get someone from another country. That's a proposal I've had, other than Kenya. Second, there is someone here. Can you get us the name?
Natkunda Geneva from Uganda.
Thank you. Then now, that is for the president to say it's passed first. She has said it's passed. Then we go to the second proposal, that you give council power to appoint an auditor to deal with the audit, the financial report, given that it's in Arusha, an auditor in Tanzania. Can I have a proposal to that effect? Do we agree that we need to audit our reports? Yes, then can I have a proposal? Surely, a proposal. Yes, there is one here. Justice Cecilia, just proceed, say your name.
Okay, Justice Cecilia Gedua from Kenya.
Then can I have a second from another country other than Kenya? So that we move quickly.
Wesiga Joseph, Chief Magistrate Uganda.
You second.
I second the proposal.
Thank you. We have the third proposal. President, you confirm that is passed? Yes, we go then to the third. That the proposals given in the floor be considered by council, be harmonized as ways of raising funds, and then be communicated to the members upon considering the constitutional provisions, and then giving the way forward. Who proposed that we go that way? There's someone from Zanzibar. I've seen the hand up. Honorable Awata. Just keep your hand up. Matovelo doesn't know you. Yes. Just say your full names. Unfortunately, I've now come to know almost everyone. Yes.
I'm Kwamboka Agwata. I'm magistrate from Kenya. I propose.
Yes. Can we have a seconder from a country other than Kenya and Uganda who have proposed so far? There's another hand up.
Amina Mhando from.
Yes.
Amina Mhando from the Judiciary of Tanzania.
Thank you. Madam President, has that been passed? Thank you, then I can sit.
Thank you so much, SG. Thank you so much, members of this General Assembly. May I now invite Public Secretary, Honorable Matovero, to give his report. Thank you.
My Lord Chief Justices, all protocols observed. Madam President, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to present the report and the work plan for the Publicity Committee. When we came into office, we were not informed as to the terms of reference, but as we've been in office, the terms of reference have been developed, and these are the terms of reference of the committee that I lead. The purpose is to enhance visibility, outreach, and reputation of the Council through strategic communication and publicity. And the responsibilities are to develop communication strategy, manage media and public relations, oversee publications, website and social media, facilitate internal communication within the council. Those are our terms of reference. What have we done so far? When we came to office, we realized that the Eamja's website had been dormant for 2 years. www.eamja.org had been dormant, and it was not active. It was not available online. Since in this year, we've successfully brought it back online, at www.eamja.org, and you can visit it. However, because it was dormant for 2 years, it has not been updated. The last update was during the 2023 Eamja conference in Kampala. That was the last notice on the website, and we are working to bring it up to date. Also, after doing that, we have plans for next year. One, we are going to set up 2 social media accounts, one on Instagram and one on X, previously known as Twitter. Through this, we aim to increase the visibility of the organization as ably proposed by Lady Justice, and not only to ourselves who attend the conference, but across the region. So we'll have 3 major outlets for our news: our website, our Instagram page, and our X page. When these go online, the social media accounts, we will duly communicate with the publicity teams in each member organization so that it trickles down to everyone, and everyone is aware, so that you follow us and engage with our content. Next strategy on visibility is on bulletins. We plan to issue a bulletin, a first bulletin, by end of this year. We were to issue one before we came for this conference, but we were not able to do that. But we're planning to issue one by 30th December. And as I say this, it is a commitment. It is an even stronger commitment, because now I'm saying it to the entire membership and not only the Executive Council. Yeah, by 30th December, we have an e-bulletin, and we plan to have a biannual bulletins, one in June and the other one in December next year, 2026, God willing. We plan to have the mid-year bulletin published online on our website and through our social media pages, but we plan to have an e-bulletin at the end of next year and a physical bulletin for a few delegates who will be here. Now I've taken on board the comment about publicity, and we seek to increase publicity, through which we hope we'll get partners and contribute to our membership and our finances. Otherwise, member, I would like to acknowledge my team. I think I'm alone. The Vice Publicity Secretary is the Deputy.
Honorable, the Vice Deputy Publicity is in hospital. There is one of the judges around got sick, so she accompanied her to the hospital. She's now attending to her.
Yeah, but I also have the Deputy Publicity Secretary is Honorable Jonard Tusasire from Uganda, and I have Ingambire Sophie from Rwanda, and I have Honorable Salat from Kenya. Those are the 4 people who form our committee. We will liaise with the publicity secretary of each member organization so that we have a working group, a unified working group for a unified publicity strategy for our organization. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for all your reports. We are nearing the end, but I was seated there and I have a microphone. I chose to come here for 3 reasons. One, there is a comment I want to make. 2, I'll make an announcement. 3, I'll conclude the forum, so I cannot be seated. Thank you. Now, just a quick one on the Treasurer's report. We have adopted it and publicity. There's something I didn't put in the chair's remarks because I waited for this moment. As you have heard, the East African Magistrates and Judges Association has an observer status with the EAC. we don't usually attend. Do you know why? Because of budget constraints. We are supposed to be attending CIMJA whenever they have a conference. They attend ours, we don't attend. Do you know why? That's because we have budget constraints. Imagine we are not even able to send the president to Arusha, where the secretariat is based, or to any other place in any partner state where there is a function of the community because of budget. Not even the president. Now, one of the ways we can do that is to mobilize resources through publicity, through visibility, but also it's very, very key. I stand to say this, very, very key, to have, for a national association, to have good relationship with the Chief Justice and a good relationship between Eamja and Chief Justices. I am saying this because I'm the current occupant of the position of the Office of the President. When it came to Eamja, I did not give a report. I never told you I went to the Gambia, not as a judge, not just as a judge of the Court of Appeal of Rwanda, but as the president of Eamja. I didn't say it at the beginning, I waited for now. There is no way a president could have attended. But because of publicity, visibility, because of positioning, Eamja, with the Chief Justice of Rwanda, let alone the forum, I took time to take her through what Eamja is. I took time to convince her that we are doing something that is important. So because of a relationship through the presidency, the office that I occupy, that I have been able to establish between Eamja and the Chief Justice of Rwanda, the president of Eamja was able to be sponsored by a Chief Justice of a national association, of a national judiciary, to sponsor the president of Eamja to attend CIMJA. So had I not managed to develop as a president with that kind of relationship with the Chief Justice, there is no way I could have attended. Two, because of that relationship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Rwanda understood that where there is such a burden, then the Chief Justice will undertake a responsibility, at least because a president comes from that country, to sponsor that president, to be able to be functional and be present to position Eamja. So a Chief Justice was convinced that she has a responsibility. You know, when you get these things, we have been appointed, we get treasurers, we get vice presidents and presidents. That comes with an unwritten responsibility because the president comes from your jurisdiction. Would you let that president just go like that? So it's important that we position our association also with our Chief Justices. There is also power there. So those relations are helping us to move forward, and we hope in the next financial they will move us forward. Two, in an effort to position Eamja in the forum of Chief Justices, you know, some of our Chief Justices do not understand what we fully do. They see us meeting, and they even attend meetings, but there is a bit they haven't been understanding. I was blessed to be invited as the president on Monday to attend their forum. Their lordships were there, were here. My lords, I'm so grateful that you were able to lend us an ear and hear us. I engaged them, positioned Eamja. So you publicize, you become visible, not only even beyond, even at home we are not that visible. So because of that forum, the outcome on Monday of the engagement between the presidency and the Chief Justice's forum was this. There was an understanding of Eamja as an association and what we do as an association. Two, the Chief Justices that were there, 4 of them became individual members, with an addition of Rwanda, and the one in Kampala, whom we also engaged during our meeting. So we have 6 chief justices who are our individual members. That is something to cheer us up. But in a bigger way, the chief justices, I was so worried in my heart, Kabisa, I was so worried. When we concluded, at the conclusion of the meeting, because of time, there was no something that was conclusive from the CJs. The president was again so blessed to invite at their lunch, at the table. It is at that point that the patron of chief justices again revisited the discussion. What came out is that now the CJs understand it better, and some have even gone further to commit themselves that when they go back, they are going to ensure that they look into their own documents or find a way, see how to package the support that they will be giving to Eamja. So some chief justices have made a commitment that they are going to be supporting Eamja, and they are going to be supporting their national association financially. So that is at least what we were able to do this Monday, to position Eamja in the Chief Justices Forum so that our CJs can have a relationship with us. We can engage them to start from that, at least to start from our own. 2, I have reached out to one of the donors, but I'm yet to give a report because there is nothing so fruitful, but discussions have started. So that is what I just wanted to say, and I stood up to respond and to this, to comment and to appreciate the CJs, because now we know they're on board. I have no doubt whatsoever, that even those who are not able to say a word to that effect, they understand, they are willing to do something, but there is a process and they will do something. Thank you so much, my Lord Chief Justices. So another thing I wanted to say is that Honorable Kawesa, I wanted to comment on that, not in my communication, but now. Among us, we have talent. He's the only one writing. I have not written even an article. So most of us, if we can write, if we can sell books, if we can do something within permissible limits of judicial officers, we can make contributions as is done. Thank you so much, And I request that at least each one of us buys a book, or as an association, or as an Eamja council. I don't know, maybe we get a book or to put, please, in our secretariat, we just put something that we call our library, so that at least we start with Kawesa's. Thank you so much with that, and I thank so much the council. As the treasurer said, it is this Monday that the council resolved that we have to lead by example. We cannot be encouraging people, our members, the assembly, to be active, to support us financially, if we ourselves were quiet. So they have endeavored to start with themselves, to start with us, to become individual members, to pay the 500, and we are going to see how to fix that to fit into our constitution, but we are going to lead by example as council. So come to the report of next year, all of us would have done that. May God help us so that we live to our pledge. So I thank the council members, and I encourage each one of us to do the needful. And before we come to the conclusion and some announcement, just allow us to take us a minute. We should have done it at the beginning, but we did not. But allow me to do that now so that we take a minute of silence to remember, to respect the legacy of one of us, our past president, who passed on, I think, in September, some of the things we are doing are some of the things are anchored on some of the things he was able to do and achieve during his term. That is his Lordship Justice Ocheng, a judge of the Court of Appeal of the Republic of Kenya. Kindly let us stand and respect his legacy. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you. Yes. For next year, we'll be doing a number of things, as you heard, but the main focus will continue to follow up with membership growth, capacity building, deepen collaboration between national associations and our regional judiciaries. We also focus on resource mobilization. At national level, if you can do, please do. And at the Eamja level, we have those committees. And of course, they will be championed by the Office of the President. And I look forward to reporting to you next time that there is some success. I really feel it in my spirit that something will happen. I don't know how, but I have faith in God and I have faith in all of you and in our friends. And it's important as to engage and position ourselves. You could see yesterday, is it 2 days ago, when the Deputy President loved our gathering, said, you know what, ask for whatever you want. But that's because of one thing, I think. It's because he came, he heard, we were talking sense. There was a reason for us to be here. And he knows that the judicial officers are doing a lot of work. And so we need support to be better, to give better services. So it's important that even other institutions know what we do. If we go to them, they can support us, they will appreciate us, and they can even be our spokespeople. So, colleagues, as we come to the end, I would like to announce the venue for the next AGM. Last year, if you will recall, there was an announcement by His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Zanzibar, that 2026, as we will be celebrating those many years of Eamja, establishment of Eamja, Zanzibar will host us. But there was change, there is a change. They have communicated to us that they can no longer host us for December because they have 2 meetings that are so close, it wouldn't be possible for them, for a number of reasons that are understandable. And in that case, the Republic of Rwanda has volunteered, instead of hosting 2027, to host 2026, so that our process of hosting Eamja is not halted. So the next AGM conference and the AGM will be in Rwanda, 2026, December. I think you are clapping for an announcement, not with joy. Is that really better? So we are looking forward to hosting you. His Lordship Mutawazi has a lot of work, but we trust his team. We will be there, and the Chief Justice of the Republic of Rwanda. We have Lady Justice representing the Honorable the Chief Justice. So Rwanda looks forward to hosting us, and for sure, I am excited, not because I'm a Rwandan. You know me, I'm excited even to be in any partner state, because I belong to all of you. Not just because I'm a president. I am an East African. Call me anytime, even outside being the president. After December, I will be still the same person dancing in all partner states because I'm an East African, and nobody can take that away from me. So that's it. And is there any OB before I conclude on the matters of this forum? So there was no notice of any OB. Allow me to conclude once again by thanking everyone who came to this meeting. Thank you, Presidents, with your delegations. Thank you, my Lord Chief Justices and representatives of the Chief Justices. Thank you, my Lord President, East African Court of Justice with the delegation. Thank you, President Eamja, for hosting us with the entire leadership. Thank you, the committee, Chief Ladido, under the leadership of the President, Justice Simurwa, for organizing a successful conference. We thank so much Lady Justice Martha Koome, for the Chief Justice of Kenya, for hosting us. She's so lively. She's so welcoming. Imagine if you went to a place and the CJ is not even greeting you. But she goes around greeting people because she's our host, and she was welcoming us. And I felt very well in Kenya. I loved it. I would want to come to Kenya another time, and I hope I'll come to Kenya again in such a gathering, even outside this gathering. Those, some of us were assigned protocol and security and all that. But my own, they cannot even move an inch. I keep greeting. So they look like, it's like Madame is greeting everybody. Apart from who I am as a person, I said, everybody here is my constituency. Thank you so much for your trust in me. Thank you so much for supporting me and the team. I look forward for another better year with all of you. Without you, I was telling them, without everybody I'm greeting here, even those I haven't greeted, you wouldn't be next to me. I would be an ordinary person, right? But because of everybody, I am who I am, and that's why you are next to me. So allow me to interact with my people. So without you, I cannot move an inch this organization. But with you, the council can do a better job next year. So let us all make an effort to make next year a better year and achieve even better. Thank you so much, everyone. Merry Christmas for those who celebrate it. Happy New Year. It is my prayer and hope that next year all of us can be able to see each other. We don't take anything for granted. I heard Honorable Rimo saying that one of us paid to come to this conference, but between the time she paid and the time we are seated here, she's not anywhere. Even one of us is sick, but that person is not dying, is going to be fine. So I pray for journey and safety mercies, good health, long live everyone. Happy, 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 happy lives. God bless you all. Thank you so much. That the SCG wants to make an announcement. I don't after my closure, but whether it is Kenya what, but I give him permission because I'm the president. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would be kind to put the QR code there. Just issues as we leave. There is a QR code for those who have not registered for the excursion and wish to go. Kindly scan it and register. There is also a link that has been sent. That link has all the materials. If they are not there already, they will be put there. We are leaving at 2:45. It's 30 minutes from now for sports. The buses are already there. Those who have eaten, we start going. For tomorrow, for the excursion, the buses will be at your hotels at 5 a.m. So that you will be able to leave by 6. Latest, for those who will have overslept for 10 minutes, we will leave at latest. The last bus leaves here at 6:30. And then, that is all. There being no other business, Madam President, can I say the meeting is over? We can have, yes. There is an announcement we made earlier. Heads of delegations will see KMJ vice president for certain gifts which they will carry for their delegations. That means those big delegations kindly go with more than one head. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much. I am told we should close the way we started. To begin with, this conference is officially closed. And I am advised that we end up with a prayer. We end with a prayer and a national anthem. That's my advice, and I take the advice. Who can volunteer to say a prayer? No volunteer? Treasurer. Any volunteer? At least a Muslim volunteer. One. There is a Muslim. Where? Okay, please come. Yes. And you are standing to give us a prayer. Please, in the interest of time, do we have a Muslim who is going to pray for us? Or this prayer is enough for everybody?
It's enough.
You don't say this, please.
Okay.
It's enough? Okay, good.
All right, let us pray. We can stand. Our Father and our God, we are thankful for everything. We prayed at the beginning of this AGM that you'd be with us. You've been with us. You have led us so well, and we have been patient. You have given us the grace. So thank you so much. And now, as we go to have our lunch, we pray that you bless what we are going to share. And as our visitors go for excursions tomorrow, then be traveling to their homes, we pray for them. Cover them with your blood. Protect them. Take them safely to their homes until we meet again. Lord, we thank you. We honor you, and we bless your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Do we have anthem? Thank you so much. Bye to each one of you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Available council members, kindly come to the front.